Morning, Anvesha. Morning, Regan. Dr. Goje here. Morning, Regan. Dr. Goje here. Hello. Good morning, Sandini. Hello. Morning, Anthony. Your voice is. Morning. Am I audible? Good, good. Now I think this I already created, so not a problem. Okay, okay. Now is it audible now? Okay, chalo. Now good. Morning. Am I audible? Smita, am I audible? Good, good, good. Thank you. And Vesha, you can join one of the breakout room and have a discussion with other delegates. I think two rooms there are participants. If any problem, you can talk to me. Morning, Puja, you can join breakout room and have a dialogue with other delegates. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
You
Yes.
both are.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You can join any breakout room. If any difficulty, do let me know.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Morning, actually regain join and then again she logged out.
Okay.
You can take a round of all breakout rooms.
Yes. I'm doing that, sir.
Except
Yes.
except 4 all are all well maintained.
Except fourth.
4 actually somebody should join and start share screen.
ठीक है.
You don't do. You have to go to VIP launch, na?
नहीं, मैं अभी एक बार राउंड मार कर आ जाती हूँ सर. अभी अपने पास टाइम है ना.
You
I'll
can.
just go
Yes, you
say
can.
hello and come back.
Yes. Dipendo, Pushkar, please join breakout rooms.
Okay, sir.
Dipendo, which room?
Sir, I'm actually going to track 4, but I can go to
No,
like
you
network
can join
launch 4.
any launch. That's not a problem.
Okay, like I can join.
But if you can go to 4 and start sharing your screen.
Okay, I'm
you
going.
have that first page of PPT of launch.
I have, but I just need to.
Okay.
I just
You
need some
can
time to
see
share it.
just if you can go to one network room 1 and check and see how I did that. So only 4 is remaining. If you have similar PPT, you can put. Just go through one of the
Okay,
launch.
I'm just checking. Like, okay. Thank you, sir.
Pushkar, you can join one of the breakout room. Any difficulty, do let me know.
Okay, sure.
So can you make me a co-host?
Anvesha, good morning. You can join one of the network launch.
Yes.
And
How can I join there?
you can find out on the bottom of your screen, there is a breakout room, right? You can go to one of the rooms
Uh,
and you can test your presentation. I mean, there's some time. So if you want to test out something, you can do that, right?
okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Shalini, please go to your respective room, bache.
Yes, ma'am.
Neha ma'am, make me a co-host.
Sorry,
Ma'am, can you make me a co-host?
just 1 second. Huh?
Yeah, good morning, yeah, madam.
Good morning, sir. Goza sir, I'm trying to join
Ma'am,
launch
I'm
2.
not able to join launch 1. I don't know why.
You have to try multiple times. It's not happening in one go.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, so in the breakout rooms,
I think Atul, you can join one of the room, or you can join VIP launch so people will join there.
so where do we run the videos?
You can run in the launch 4.
Launch 4?
Yes,
Okay,
that's better. Dear
okay.
participants, please join breakout rooms and have a network with each other. If anybody has difficulty, do let me know. Dipendu already joined. Dear participants, please join breakout rooms. Dear participants, please join breakout rooms. You can have dialogue with other delegates. Already people are there in the breakout rooms. Atul, what happened?
Yeah, I went to breakout room, networking room 4 and I came back. I will use that for running the videos.
I'll use it. No?
Yeah, sure. So what I'll do is I will be on the main this main room from one of the systems, and I will have one more system for networking for where we'll have continuous
No
videos that
problem.
will.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay.
Regain, you can join VIP launch. Somebody will attend you there. Regain, are you listening me? Dr. Goje here. Dear participants, please join breakout rooms. There is an option in the Zoom menu. If it is not there, press more option. Shafiq,
Yes, good morning.
please join breakout rooms.
Yes.
Dr. Goje, can we name networking lounge 4 as
You
as
can. That's not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem.
intro to S4DS and ICDMI, something like that?
Yes, please. Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Actually,
Neha,
ma'am.
just a second. Neha, are you listening me? Please join VIP launch. Regain is there.
So I have one query, sir. May I?
Please.
Yes, when I'm logged sir, it's showing that host has opened breakout room. Please wait to be assigned. I'm not getting any option to click or to join in the breakout room.
Are you seeing the breakout rooms?
No, sir. It's just on a blue pop-up. Is just showing that host has opened a breakout room and please wait
So
to be assigned.
there is an option down the line in Zoom
Yes.
that there is an option of breakout rooms. If it is not there, it is in more, and then you will see breakout rooms. Any one lounge you can join.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Same query for me also. I'm able to see in options request room control. I'm not able to see different rooms, but in
Because
options,
problem
I'm
is
able to see request room control.
your Zoom is not updated. That's why that problem is there. I'm assigning you to one of the lounge, so you can go there.
Okay, sir.
So Vaishali, you got a request, so you join that. Anvesha, please join. Yumnam, you please join breakout room.
Sir, I'm not getting any option to be joined. Sir, could you please join me?
I will do that for you. Yumnam, please join breakout rooms. Anvesha, you got it? Yumnam, are you listening me? Am I audible?
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir. Sir, I'm just checking, sir.
Yes.
Sir, my timing is 16 to.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
नहीं कुछ राइट्स नहीं होते, डायरेक्ट शेयर होता है. No, actually ask her to start share and do it.
Sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, today I am having the timing 16 to 17:15, sir, I think. So, yeah, on that timing, I have to give the presentation, sir.
But you should be there in the conference.
Yes, sure. So
don't worry.
yeah.
So join one of the breakout room right now.
Yeah.
And have a networking with others.
Yeah. And sir,
get intro.
this screen is okay, sir. Okay, no, sir. What I am just login is correct, no, sir. What I am login this
Yes.
okay.
Not a problem. You join one of the breakout room. You must be seeing breakout room in the menu. Join one of the room and have a dialogue with others.
Okay, breakout room. Yeah, my room number is, sir.
You can join any breakout room. This is a networking in the morning.
Okay.
Yes. So dear delegates, please join breakout rooms. You can have dialogue with others.
My room number is room number 5, sir.
You can join any room. This is not room number assigned to anyone. This
Oh.
is a networking, so you can have a dialogue in that room, introduce each other, discuss instead of sitting idle here.
Yeah. Right.
Dr. Jayanta, morning. Dr. Goja. Jayanta, unmute.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning. Please join one of the breakout room. You can join VIP launch, network VIP lounge and have a dialogue there with other delegates, please.
Sure.
Dear delegates, please join breakout rooms. Yumnam, still you are in the main room.
Okay, sir.
Join breakout rooms. If any difficulty, do let me know. Alok, please join one of the lounge breakout rooms option in your Zoom.
Yeah.
Dear delegates, please join breakout rooms. Have a dialogue with other delegates. Any difficulty, Jayanta?
I'm doing.
Are you seeing the breakout rooms?
Let me see, because I'm joining from a laptop. I'm on wheel.
Will? Dear delegates, please join breakout rooms. Have a dialogue with others. Avyukta, you can join breakout rooms. If any difficulty, do let us know.
Sorry, doctor, that is me.
Huh? Hello.
I logged in from another system, so it's taking my son's name. That's me, Atul. I'll change that.
Okay.
I'll change that.
Good. Yumnam, are you back? Why are you back? You can join the room, go to another room, discuss with others. You can go from one room to another room. This is a practice for your track session also.
Yes, sir.
Jayanta, no one was there? Jayanta? Hello? Jayanta? Hello? 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 Dimple, join breakout room. Go to one of the lounge. Jayanta, am I audible? Jayanta?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible. Is this option not available from mobile, sir?
Mobile also there is a breakout room. If your software on mobile is updated one, because this option has come after 5.4 something.
Okay. Let me see.
हेलो। हाँ तो स्टॉप शेयर करो ना। नहीं 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 नहीं, उसका कोई जरूरत नहीं हर एक का करने की, लेकिन स्टॉप शेयर तो आप भी कर सकते हो ना, यू आर को होस्ट ना। ओके मैं करता हूँ क्योंकि आप नहीं करो। ओके जस्ट अ सेकंड। So now it is done.
Good morning, Amol sir.
Morning, morning. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Good morning.
अमला
Yes.
अमला VIP लॉन्च में चले जाइए.
Okay.
Already Regan
There's
is
nobody
there.
in lounge 4, so I've started the videos, so you can come and check.
Don't worry, Atul. I am suggesting people, and what you can do, Atul, you can go to 3 and 1 and request others to join your launch 4.
Okay. Yes.
Morning. Go to launch, please. Kritika, you can join one of the launch using breakout room option. Kritika, you can join one of the breakout room. If any difficulty, do let me know. Dipendu, you are logging in, logging out, or you are coming out of the breakout room?
Sir, no, actually I'm coming out of the breakout room. Sometimes I just got disconnected for some reason, I don't know, but I'm joining again, that is it.
Rajiv, you can join breakout room, have a networking with other delegates. Raju, you can join one of the breakout room. Dear delegates, you can join breakout rooms. Have a networking with other delegates. Utkash, you can join 4.
Yes, I'm just good. Sir,
Anant, you can join breakout room.
So what happened to the music, sir?
4 में जाओ, वहां पर कुछ डीवीडी वगैरह अतुल कुछ कर रहा है.
Okay, sir.
Saptarshi sir, go in each room and have a dialogue. Saptarshi sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
So go to each room and have a dialogue. Other वो खाली बैठे होंगे.
Okay.
Already Regan has joined. Amlan is there with her.
Okay.
Neha is also there.
Okay. Okay. Let me go to some other room. Yeah, let me go to room 2.
लोगों को जगाओ, बात करने लगाओ. Jayanta, Seema, join one of the breakout room. You know you can handle others. Seema, morning. Dr. Goje, you can join one of the breakout room.
Sure, sure.
Thank you. Kritika, join any breakout room. Anand, you can join any breakout room, have a networking with other delegates. If any difficulty, do let me know. Yashasri, you can join any breakout room. Kritika, any difficulty getting joining network? Please join breakout rooms. Kritika, are you facing problem? Morning, Dr. Pradeep. Am I audible, Dr. Pradeep?
Sir, you are audible, and sir is joining within 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. You can shift him to launch. We have network launch, that is breakout room number 5.
Sir, to which lounge we can join?
VIP launch.
VIP lounge. Okay, sir.
So that the other gates are also there. He can have a dialogue with them. Kritika, are you facing problem? You are not unmuting yourself. Morning, Indrajit sir.
Sir, good morning.
Morning. So you can join VIP launch because already Regina came, Dr. Sinha came.
Okay.
Morning, Philip. Good morning, Dr. Philip. Dr. Goje here. You can join VIP launch into breakout room option. Am I audible, Philip?
Yes, you are. Can you hear me?
You can, yes, I can hear you. You can join breakout room and that is VIP launch. So others you can discuss with others.
Okay, let me do that now. Thanks.
Yes, breakout rooms, VIP launch.
Where is that?
VIP launch. Are you seeing the breakout room option on your phone?
I'm not, but let me check. Hold on.
Okay, I'm shifting you. Just a second.
All right, I can get on my computer. Oh, I see it. Never mind. I got it. I found it.
Go to VIP lounge.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Kritika, are you there? You're not unmuting yourself. You need to practice this because next in the afternoon or tomorrow you may have your session. So please unmute and check. This is practice also. Himadri, morning. Am I audible, Himadri? Your morning, Himadri. Dr. Goje here. Morning, Himadri.
Good
Am I
morning.
audible? Morning, you can join one of the breakout room, have a dialogue with other delegates.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Shubha, you can join breakout room, have a dialogue with each others.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sure. I'm trying to.
Okay, good. Himadri, are you facing any problem? Himanshu can join any breakout room. Himadri, are you finding difficulty? Sabina, you can join breakout room.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you.
Any difficulty, do let me know. Himadri, any problem?
So how can I?
Are you seeing that breakout room option?
Just a minute. I just check this one.
On the Zoom
Yes,
menu.
yes.
So press it on and go to any launch.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Mani sir, good morning. Am I audible? Mani sir, you can join one of the breakout room. Mani sir, am I audible? Mani sir? Atul?
Yes, doctor.
Talk with Pal.
He's come. Okay. Yeah.
No, he has not come. Talk with him.
No, I just sent him a message 5 minutes back. He said he's joining in 10 minutes.
Okay. Sayantini?
Yeah.
Mani sir, please join breakout room. Mani sir, am I audible? Mani sir. Pradeep, you can join one of the breakout room. Pradeep, you can join one of the breakout room.
Yes, sir.
Mani sir, am I audible? Mani sir. Chad, you can join breakout room. Pradeep, any difficulty? Shobna, you can join breakout room. Pradeep, any difficulty? You are back.
No, sir. I have joined other breakout rooms.
You can join any and have a dialogue
Yes,
with
sir.
others.
Yes, sir.
Shobna, you can join breakout room. Let us have discussion with others. Shobna, am I audible?
Hello, Gosi sir. Sir,
Yes.
actually I need to record and but as I'm not a co-host, I can't. So
Which one?
in Lounge One, Shantini Lounge One.
Launch, we are not recording, but anyhow, I made you co-host, so not a
Okay,
problem.
sir. Okay, sir. So I'll be recording from track one when everything will get started.
Whenever tracks are there, definitely I'm making you co-host and other things. So not a problem. Now I made it, so my that time will get saved. So not a
Okay,
problem. Good.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Pradeep, you can join breakout room. Shobna, you can join breakout room. Mani sir, am I audible? Mani sir, you can unmute and talk to me.
Yeah, so Professor Basu is joining within a couple of minutes.
Okay, and
I told Saptarshi to connect with Ashutosh Sharma.
that's good.
So I hope they will join 5 minutes.
So that I can shift them to your room. You can have some discussion and then I can take it back. No?
Yes.
Right now, I think your networking is going on well, no?
Yes, it's going on perfectly well.
Very nice.
You can also join, no?
No, but I'm controlling here, no? So it's better. Okay.
This is going
Good, 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 good. Pradeep, please join breakout room, have a discussion with others. Shobna, this is opportunity you got. Get introduced with each other. Morning, Ravinder sir, Dr. Goje here. Morning, Ravinder sir. Why don't we ask Dr. Pradeep Sinha to switch on his video?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Anindita. You're too late.
No, sir.
Morning, Ashutosh sir.
Good morning, Ashutosh, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Ashutosh sir, you can join VIP lounge so other guests are waiting there.
Goje, sir, please open the breakout rooms for me.
It is Anindita, you should have done that, na?
Sir,
which breakout room you want to go?
any of the networking lounges.
Okay, I'm sending. Good morning, all of you. Please join breakout rooms. Morning, Anupamda. Dr. Goje here. I think you are unmute. You can join breakout room, that is VIP launch. Other guests are waiting there.
Yes.
I just. So it's a VIP launch where you can have other guests.
Yes, sir.
Dear delegates, please join breakout rooms, have a dialogue with each other. Dear delegates, please join breakout rooms, have a dialogue with others. So Philip, I think you can start your video. Morning, Ashutosh. Yes, I'm starting. Within 2 minutes, I can take you all to the main room. No problem. No. Thanks. Amlan. Amlan, you can remove that background. Because of that, your image is getting blurred. Be natural. Be natural. Morning, sir. Morning, sir. Morning, sir. Dear delegates, please join breakout rooms, have a dialogue with each other. Anant, Dipti, Jyoti. Morning, Daniel. You can join one of the breakout room, have a dialogue with each other. Daniel, am I audible? Dipti, please join breakout rooms. Jagriti, you can join breakout room.
Hello, sir. Sir, can you
Yes.
tell me how can I add someone to a breakout room being a co-host?
No, you are not allowed.
Oh, acha, acha, acha. Okay, sir. Okay.
Hmm.
Goje sir. Sir. Sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, Anandita was telling to open the breakout room for her. Actually, she was not able to.
I did that. Nah, I already did for her.
Okay, or made the co-host.
You, to whom? Vaishali, why you are asking control of my screen? Please don't do that.
Excuse me, sir. I'm very sorry, but I was out of room. Means because of network connection, not able. Zoom meeting was cancelled, and that is why I'm asking.
No. Remote control is not supposed to be asked. You see, your message
Please
is coming
assign
again.
me, sir. I am not able to see the rooms. Please assign me any one of the rooms.
I will do it right now, but tomorrow you can upgrade your software.
Yes, sir.
Huh? Vaishali, I think I already. Okay, I will assign you. Done. Amol, you can join breakout room. Gautam, you can join breakout room. Philip, are you back?
Yes, I'm trying a different computer.
Okay. But you can join lounge, na? You are already.
I know,
there.
but I'm poking around. Let me see. I'll join breakout.
Okay, no problem. You can join another lounge also. Have a dialogue with others also. Not a problem.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Goza sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I am assigned to breakout room only network lounge 1. So is this possible if you can kindly assign me to all the rooms? And also, sir, I'm not the co-host.
It's not possible to assign you to all the rooms. I can assign you only one room.
Okay. But I can see the button breakout rooms, but I cannot see it's saying you have.
No, you can see. There is a button side by. You can take it down, up, and all. If you are seeing that breakout room option, then you can do anything.
No, sir, I can see only one when I am clicking onto breakout room.
Because I gave you, na. That is the problem, na. Actually, you should have upgraded your software.
So,
we observed this, na, a couple of times.
Yesterday,
Right now, I made you co-host, but still you are not because your software is not permitting you that.
Okay.
Okay, within 2 minutes, we are bringing all of them here, so not a problem. Be ready because all guests have arrived. So I'm starting the main conference, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, one thing. Shall you be felicitating or welcoming Dr. Ashutosh, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, or I will
I
just
think
talk
you
about.
only can welcome.
Okay,
Hello.
sir.
हाँ बोलो ना.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
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 Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to everyone. And good morning to everyone.
Should we start?
Yes.
So we're waiting for Amal sir's call, right?
I think you can start, Anindita. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I cordially welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Data Management, Analytics and Innovation. I, Anindita Banerjee, will be your anchor for today and tomorrow. I'm an active task force member of Society for Data Science and currently working with KPMG India as a data scientist. With extreme delight, I would like to share that ICDMI has accomplished the milestone of its consecutive 5-year journey this year. I had been a part of ICDMI 2020, where I was privileged to participate as a tutorial speaker. It was a wonderful and memorable event last year at New Delhi, and we still cherish our moments of knowledge sharing. Once again, I thank you all for joining us today. Now I'll call upon the organizing chairs of ICDMI, Colonel Inderjit Singh Barara and Dr. Saptarshi Goswami, to present the opening remarks. Colonel Barara and Dr. Goswami, over to you, sir.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Colonel Inderjit, and it's really very heartily welcome to all the participants, all the keynote speakers, all the chairs, and the chief guest, and the guest of honors, and to be part of the ICDMI 2021. We were always being wanting to have this event, in a physical format, and we had decided that, we'll have this event in Calcutta this year because all our events have been in last 5 years in different cities and countries. Once we already had it in Malaysia before that, and last year it was in the chilly winters. We did it in Delhi, and it was really wonderful. And the option to go in virtual was, we waited to the last because we knew that the COVID has really hit us hard, and it's really going to be troubling us for quite some more time. And it was a very difficult decision to get onto it, to get into a virtual mode. But definitely the complete, the team of ICDMI and S4DS, we decided this is the only time now. Let's get onto the online mode and let's have the show keep going, because we cannot have any stoppages anymore with the event. And that was one of the major decisions we took last year, somewhere April, May itself, and we began preparing for this event. And it's really a very challenging journey because while organizing an event which is in the physical format, you are really very comfortable handling a lot of things. But in the virtual format, the things were pretty difficult, but nevertheless, the team, the support of the advisors, the people who are supporting us in the ICDMI, S4DS, they have played us a very key role. And not least, the keynote speakers, the chief guest, the writers, the authors, they also supported us in our endeavor to make this virtual. And today, while we are here on 16th of January, inaugurating our session and the ICDMI 2021, it's really very heartening to see the same kind of zeal, the same kind of energy with all of us, like we were there in the physical format, to have this event going. And as an organizing chair, it was really wonderful journey for me and a lot of learning while it was from the physical to the virtual. It's a big learning for us itself because we never handled ever this situation like this. And I wish all the dignitaries who are on the stage, part of it, and maybe offline now, maybe online with us right now. A warm welcome, and it's a real journey which we're going to have for next 2 days. We will enjoy whatever we have done for this ICDMI 2021. Thank you. Saptrishi, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Inder sir. I think you have nicely portrayed our journey, and I would just like to say that though probably Inder sir and myself is playing the role of organizing chair, but as much as it is being played by Nihadi, Professor Chakraborty, Professor Gojhe, Atul. So it's a team who are completely into this organizing. And one of the things that I will differentiate with this physical setting is that you really have to plan much early, so you cannot manage here and there. You don't have people available, right? So much of meticulous planning, so much of platform testing has been gone on. So this was very different, but I think because of the openness of the committee, as well as the love and support we always get from you, we could really experiment. So one of the things that I was mentioning is this time we could do 2 days of workshop, which we have one was in December, so which was very difficult. And we are really very happy to have all of you here, to see all of you. And I think we'll have a great experience. So back to you, Anindita.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goswami. Thank you, Colonel Barara, for such encouragement and commencing our inaugural session. Now I would request Professor Amol Goje, our mentor and President of Society for Data Science, to deliver the presidential welcome address. Welcome, Professor Amol Goje. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are not audible. You are on mute.
Okay, sorry. Good morning to all of you, respected guests for today's function, delegates, participants, and my student friends. It's really indeed a great pleasure that we are hosting this 5th ICDMI 2021. And as our organizing chair just now briefed you about our journey, I must say that now we are just stepping the ladder one by one. We are going ahead. As you all are aware that in this pandemic, we are doing a lot. I think we all have shifted to this technology, and because of this pandemic only this time we are going online. And as the importance of data is also emerging in this span of time, and you all scientists, researchers are aware that what the importance of this data and these new techniques which we call AI and ML. And this pandemic has taught a lot. And as you all aware that this data science importance is growing because of the data that we have accumulated for last 30-40 years, which is available for us to do research on it. And I will urge upon that we all should work on this field like agriculture, health and education, which is very important for all of us to look upon, and work a lot so that every corner of the world can get the benefit of the research what we people are doing, especially into agriculture and health. And as we are talking on proactive mode of these fields, in due course of time we are going to shift from reactive to proactive in health and agriculture, so that whatever the problems we are facing will get rid of. So I think we will discuss all these new types of research. The papers which are presented are going to present in five different tracks for next 2 days. At the same time, the keynote address, various keynote speakers are going to deliberate. So these 2 days will be full packed program for all of you. So be there for whole day and be ready for getting the knowledge share, as you must be observed in the morning, which have given you the opportunity to go into different lounge and share with each other your knowledge. Similarly, we will be having some fun throughout the conference. We may have certain quizzes and other things. So be attentive, be there for whole conference. And as I told you, this conference is also on YouTube Live. If you want, your students, parents, or other friends wants to see this conference or attend this conference, they can join on S4DS YouTube channel. Again, I would like to thank all the speakers and delegates to join this conference. Thank you very much. Over to Anindita.
Thank you very much, sir. This time I take the opportunity to call upon the program chairs, Professor Amlan Chakravarti and Dr. Neha Sharma, to introduce Society for Data Science to all of you. And I would also request them to say a few words about ICDMI. Over to you, Professor Chakravarti and Dr. Sharma.
Yeah. So thanks, Anindita, and very good morning to our distinguished guests of the inaugural session, all the members of the steering committee, our participants, our authors, and the Data Science Society. So this year, the ICDMI 2021, we planned it so that it can come up with the challenges what the pandemic has offered to us, right? And that was the most thought process the program committee, who worked that how we can accommodate the works in the traditional domains like what we have. We have the machine learning, we have artificial AI, the data, the big data, right? And with that, we also added a new track in this year, which is basically so how data science can enable the pandemic and epidemic scenario. So with that, we also have this year 2 participating institutes like IIT Guwahati and National Institute of Technology Durgapur, right? Their team supported us to build the program, to organize some special sessions, right? And we had good number of authors from these 2 institutes also. Regarding the keynotes, we have actually this year we have 6 keynotes, right? And we have 2 panels, right? And and this actually looks forward towards all the latest trends and new researches, right, which are going on both in industry and academia. So we have the keynote speakers from reputed researchers from academia as well as reputed industry stalwarts, right? And we have both national and international experts, who will be delivering these keynote lectures, right? And panels are pretty important. In the panels, we have tried to keep those topics which are pretty important in the present scenario, okay? And that makes the program very apt to the age and to the focus that how data science can serve the bigger community of our society. Lastly, I want to tell that we have also come up with a very good publication from Springer. We have selected the papers and all the details. Dr. Sharma will just brief all of you after this. But we have tried to make these proceedings better and better each year, right? And all of you know that our proceedings within a very short span of time has now listed in Web of Science, and so the authors will get the full benefit of getting that in the digital library of the Springer. Once the conference is over, we will take a bit of time to do all the requirements, and we'll try to publish it very soon. Now it's over to Dr. Sharma to let you know about the papers and about the participants in this program. Yeah.
Thanks, Amlan. Great morning to all the highly revered guests and participants present here today. Virtual world has become new normal for everyone, and so is for Society for Data Science and its flagship conference, ICDMAI. This year is special as we have completed 5 years, and it gives me immense satisfaction to put on record that we could successfully create a strong data science ecosystem. In these 5 years, we could bring 50 doyens of data science as keynote speakers, and another set of 50 technical experts contributed towards workshop and tutorials. Besides, we could engage around 200 experts and reviewers as session chairs and for reviewing the papers. And saga ahead is like Till date, we have received around 2,093 papers from 42 countries, out of which 361 papers have been presented and published, which makes just 17% of submitted paper, you know. So we have ensured the quality throughout, right from beginning till date. Now, coming to the specifics of this year, we shall witness participants from 13 countries, 15 industries, and 121 international and Indian universities. Total 63 papers are selected after rigorous review process for oral presentation, and we are going to listen to all of them in these 2 days. We have tried our best to bring the bouquet of data science through various workshops, tutorials, keynote sessions, plenary talk, panel discussion, and paper presentation by your experts. We also have a best paper award for each track, and I'm sure it's going to ensure the main attraction of the conference. I am myself super excited to listen to these knowledge nuggets, and I know so you all are. But before I leave, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to our technical partners, IBM and Wiser Tech, and academic partners, IIT Guwahati and NIT Durgapur, and also publication partner, Springer. So as we were talking a moment back, that it is very essential that we have a stable government. And that's the same reason behind the success of ICDMAI, that we have a stable team behind it. So right from beginning of our ICDMI journey, we have been publishing our papers in Springer, and so we are going to do in next coming years also. And thank you all for your rock solid support. You all are really partners in building the data science ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chakravarti and Dr. Neha Sharma. Now we have reached the time, the moment to release the ICDMAI abstract book. So may I request to all our delegates and guests to join us, please. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll call now our General Chair, Professor P.K. Sinha, and request Dr. Neha to introduce him to all of you, please. Dr. Neha, over to you.
Actually, Sinha sir does not require any introduction, but still for the new generation students and for newcomers and for those who have joined us for the first time here, Dr. Sinha is Vice Chancellor and Director of International Institute of Information Technology, Naya Raipur. And earlier he has been with Center of Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, where he had led national program in the areas of high performance computing, HPC, rich computing, and health informatics. And I mean, we have all grown reading his books, you know, one of my favorite, Fundamentals of Computers.
Yes.
And I'm sure the students these days also must be reading that. So we are so very fortunate, Sinha.
She's disconnected.
Dr. Neha, we lost your speech in between.
Yeah, Dr. Neha, you got disconnected.
I think you can continue, Dr. Sinha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Professor Sinha, you can continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Neha, and a very good morning to everyone present today for this inaugural function of the 5th ICDMI. On behalf of the organizing committee of this very important conference, okay, I would like to first of all welcome our honorable chief guest, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma ji, the Secretary at Department of Science and Technology. Our guest of honor, Professor Anupam Basu, Director NIT Durgapur. Our additional guest of honor, Ravindra Pal Singh ji, CEO, okay, of Markadora and Gokarda. and all the organizers. Okay, we just now heard from Colonel Indrajit, Dr. Saptarshi, Dr. Amol, Professor Amlan, Dr. Neha. They have actually been the driving force of this very important conference, which we decided several years ago when data science was also not the mainstream actually stream of activities. So I thank everyone for bringing the conference to this level. And on behalf of ICDMI 2021, I welcome everyone who are participating in the 5th edition of this popular international conference, which actually focuses on data management, analytics, and innovation. Okay? And this time, as we have been discussing since morning, because of the pandemic, we are organizing it virtually, although we actually had originally planned to organize it physically in Calcutta this time. But we took decisions in the last moment that we will go and organize it as per the new normal. But it will be organized with the same commitment as before. We are not going to dilute, okay, anything that we have been targeting since the last conference was held in Delhi. And our commitment will be the same as before, to provide a global platform for highly enriching deliberations on this futuristic technology area. Now, as you, in India, those who are in India, I understand there are a lot of actually participants from abroad also in this inaugural session. But those who are in India, recently in the last 1 week to 10 days, we all have actually encountered a lot of WhatsApp messages and on the social media discussions, as well as in the news, okay, that we should shift from WhatsApp to Signal. Okay, and there is some security issue that is going to happen with WhatsApp. Now you can understand that the entire nation actually was discussing about this, and the whole discussion is revolving around data, data, and data. That is how secure is our data, what Google is going to do, or what Facebook is going to do with our data, what is the security and privacy of individuals. So you can understand how important actually data has become today. And that is what actually is also the reason, okay, why we should feel proud that a full-fledged conference for the last not 1 year, 2 years, but for the last 5 years actually has been deliberating on this very important topic of data. Okay, and we can understand that most of today's business and research decisions, as well as most of different disruptive innovations, are data driven. And that's why this conference becomes all the more important for everyone. Several disruptive technologies based on data-driven innovations are now emerging. We see actually talk about driverless everything, driverless car, driverless industries, and so many things which are primarily data-driven. Hence, accelerating data science research and producing good data scientists actually is the requirement of the time. And this conference primarily aims at contributing to these objectives of the society today. Actually, it is focused towards bringing together researchers, scientists, academicians, and students who are working on the area of data science and associated disciplines. Now, I would like to mention that right from the first edition of this conference in 2016, this conference has attracted eloquent keynote speakers, paper presenters, participants from many countries. And Dr. Neha just now mentioned that this year also we have participants from a variety of countries. So actually the name International Conference is not only for the namesake, it is a truly international event right from its first edition. And with our commitment to focus our research for solving socially relevant problems, I'm sure that this year's ICDMI has several interesting deliberations on data science techniques for handling various types of challenges faced by different sections of the society due to the pandemic, the new type of challenges that we are facing. So I really thank Society for Data Science for taking the initiative to organize this important annual technical event. And I wish that this year's version of the conference it will be equally enriching and successful as its earlier versions, in spite of we conducting it virtually. And I also hope that next year things will normalize and we'll be able to again meet physically. So with this, I once again thank the organizers and I welcome all the participants, as well as I also thank the sponsors and the partners who have made this event successful year on year. And we are looking forward to actually listening to our chief guest and our guests of honor. So with these few words, I once again welcome you all, thank you all, and wish that for the next 2 days, we'll have a very enriching technical deliberations. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Over to the organizers, Anandita. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your great inspiration, inspiring motivation, and encouraging speech. I would like to now call upon Professor Anupam Basu, who is the Director of National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, as our guest of honor, who is also a well-wisher of ICDMI and Society for Data Science. Nevertheless, I would take the pleasure to introduce, but I'm sure every one of you mostly are aware of Professor Basu, who is also a professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Kharagpur. Previously, he was teaching at University of California and University of Guelph, and he was also a visiting professor and had been the Humboldt Fellow in Germany. I would like to welcome Professor Anupam Basu. Sir, welcome to ICDMAI 2021. I would request Professor Basu if you can say a few words to us. Thank you.
Good morning, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Professor Sinha, Professor Chakrabarti, Dr. Amal, and all the dignitaries who have assembled today online. It is indeed, I should express my gratitude towards Society for Data Science for inviting me to speak as a guest of honor. My association with this society is not new. In last year's conference, I think I was a keynote speaker where we talked on the relationship of AI and data science. It is really heartening to see that the strides of the society are continuing and they are reaching new milestones, because I understand that a number of webinars have been held during the past 1 year, and also this conference has been preceded by some very important workshops. I congratulate the organizers and the people at the helm for this. Data is gaining, as all of you are saying and all of you understand, is gaining more and more importance. And the availability of large volume of data is providing the required part of oxygen to the artificial intelligence research as well. And we are now making the availability of the smart devices in any particular area, be it agriculture, be it education, be it health, much more feasible. And that is being made possible by the availability of data. But along with this advantage of the availability of data, we must be conscious about some underlying dangers about which the researchers should also be aware, and I'm sure they are. And those dangers or difficulties, if I can just put it mildly, also opens up vistas for new dimensions of research. Right now, the question of reliability of the data, how good is the data? How democratic is the data? Are we collecting data from all segments of the society? Have we put such infrastructure in place? Are we getting those data? Are we, or is it skewed towards some segments? If that be so, our decisions will also be skewed and will not be balanced. Moreover, since a lot of research is going on in the area of security, we are at times really insecure, and we also talk of fake data, that somebody as an adversary, I don't want to sound negative, but there's a reality that if our entire journey is driven by data, then there may be adversaries who will pump in fake data and let us make our decisions wrong. That leads to a definitely different area of possible research, that is the plausibility of data. I want to distinguish between the probabilistic approach, because the probabilistic approach is already in place, but we have to look at the plausibility of data, whatever data is coming in, so that we are safe. Safety and reliability are becoming more important, and that in that segment, in that aspect, I think data scientists should also look into. Fairness of data, cleanliness of data, all these things are being talked about. Along with that, whenever you are also aware that whenever we are making intelligent decisions using data, we are bringing in some extent of opacity in the decision making, unlike the traditional AI, and that is again calling forth explainable AI. How can we work with data, crunch the data, which is giving us so much power, and yet we understand why, as a scientist, I want to know why my machine is making such a decision. And I should be able to explain that to the users, because only then I can have a trust trustworthy system. And such trustworthy computation is also a call of the day. I'm sure that over the 2 days, a lot of discussions from researchers who are leading these fields will be taking place under this platform. And ultimately, we'll be able to gain knowledge from the discussions, which we can take back to the academics, which we can take back to our research frontiers. I wish the conference the very best, and I'm sure under the able leadership that you have, this conference will again continue making the strides and reach further milestones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Basu. May I now welcome our additional guest of honor, Mr. Ravinder Pal Singh, who is an ex-Dell executive and also is a renowned industry thought leader in the digital transformation areas. Ravinder ji is a well-known expert in smart cities and IoT and had performed key roles in Dell, Cisco, and Wipro earlier. Ravinder ji had also been a very active evangelist in multiple industry and corporate forums. Welcome, Ravinder ji, and I would request you to say a few words to us. Over to you, sir.
Thanks. Am I able to share my screen and run my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me do that. Okay, so I hope you are able to see the screen and.
Yes, it's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, so first of all, good morning, everybody, respected chief guest, guests of honor, and dignitaries, and all the attendees. It's definitely a good privilege to be part of this prestigious event. And as you can see, I would like to share some thoughts around how in last 1 decade we have seen a big shift in the way data is used. There has been a disruption in every industry, we all know. But when it comes to data, I think the disruption has been massive. Just 10, 12 years back, nobody was worried about data. We used to send that open postcards. And yesterday I saw a post after this WhatsApp discussion, somebody saying for many, many decades, people used to send this open postcards, which everybody could read. And nobody had any idea about data privacy, data security. But last 1 decade, we have seen a big shift in this. And that's where I would like to share some thoughts around that and introduce a concept called 8C of data cycle, which is how digital transformation is happening today. As was introduced, I've spent my 25 years working mostly with these data and digital related fields. And it's been my privilege to work in some very prestigious, large disruption projects, starting with when India launched its first digital disruption project way back in 2001, then we had e-Chopals and all those kind of things. But what I have seen personally a shift in last 10 years has been massive. Now, when we talk of data today, I don't think anybody would disagree that data is the new oxygen for business. We are now in an era, and that's what happened last week with WhatsApp, that if you have data and you are not able to monetize data, the businesses are not able to survive and sustain. Now, there's always that thin line between ethical monetization or unethical monetization, and I think that debate will continue for some time. And I don't want to comment on what is right, what is wrong, but definitely the usage of data by any business today is directly proportional to its survival and sustenance. Last few weeks, we have seen a lot of news around data. It's become actually a mainstream discussion, and that's surprising because even people who are not related to this field, who don't have any technical knowledge, I keep on hearing them talking about, oh my God, WhatsApp has come out something which people are saying don't accept it. Whether they know it or not, that's a different thing. But We talk about WhatsApp issues. We talk about the hacking, what happened with Zomato or some other biggies, and of course the personal data bills across which we have been, I think, negotiating for last 2 years now. Data has become a mainstream discussion now. Why it has happened? Because of one basic thing: the digital disruption, which is in its wave 3 today, has enabled and proven that there is experience which can be built out of this disruption. And one example I always think of, is the best example in sharing, is the example of banking industry. 20 years back, 25 years back, I was a student, and we used to spend a lot of time to just get one demand draft from a bank, stand in the queue, get a token, then go after 3 hours and pick up your draft. And then we had the first level of disruption in banking when we had computerization and ATMs, and that changed the whole scenario. No longer you have to go in the bank and stand in a queue for some basic things. And after that, we got online, net banking, mobile banking. That not only changed the way banking is happening, and today, believe me, I have never been to my bank, I think, for a long time, for a long, we don't need any drafts today, first of all. And now when I look at future, I think we are going to a future where money is second side, and we are not going to even talk about money in future. I believe it will happen in next couple of years. Cryptocurrency might overtake the basic things, and that's it. The press of a button on your mobile is what you need. Now, technology has enabled this. Technology has made it possible in last 1.5, 2 decades that we are becoming much faster. We are doing our work much faster, but we are producing lots and lots of data, 24/7, round the clock, everywhere and anywhere. When you travel in a metro today, you see almost every second person on his mobile, watching video, listening, or working, chatting. So data is being produced, data is being transmitted. Of course, as Mr. Sinha also mentioned, and the earlier guest also mentioned, there are a lot of concerns around that side, how data is being transported, concerns around hacking, phishing, ransomware. That's part and parcel of everything what we do. But when we look at data today, I think that has changed the way we live in this world. I just got my passport renewed 3 days back, and I actually tweeted Ministry of External Affairs because this is my 5th renewal, and this was the fastest thing I could see in any government. Believe me, just 5 working days submission to receiving my new passport, including police verification. I have never seen any faster work to be done in any department till now. And why it's possible? Because everything has moved online, virtual, and the transmission and integration of data between passport office, police has made it very easy. No longer you have to carry the documents and you have to prove that you are a resident of this place. Everything is online. Your Aadhaar number is the only thing what I gave, and everything was in front of them. And it hardly took any time for them to just ensure that, yes, this has to be done. Now, are we at a stage where data has already become the new gas or oil or whatever we call it? Well, there is still a lot of areas open. Now, this was a survey when I used to head digital transformation for Dell. We did a survey around 4 years back, and we followed it 2 years back. That is 2016 and 2018, and numbers were very startling. Within 2 years in India, we had seen a jump of more than 2x in terms of companies and people adopting digital or using data. In 2 years, we've seen 55% organizations earlier still wanting to go digital and leverage data. But in 2018, that number had shrunk to hardly 15%, more than 2x jump. Now, what does it prove? It proves that data is the mainstream today. You talk of utilization of digital assets, you talk of implementation of your digital journey. The time taken in last 2 decades has actually come down drastically. If we look at this graph, during first wave of digital disruption, when computerization was introduced in this country, we took around 10 years before it became a mainstream technology. When digital disruption second wave hit us, which was internet and mobiles, it took close to 4 to 5 years to become a mainstream. But now when we are in digital disruption 3, where data, artificial intelligence, and all these technologies play a very important role in our daily life, what we are seeing is the time expected by individuals and businesses to adopt digital has actually gone down to hours. 8 months of lockdown has proven one simple thing: digital is a savior. And first 2 months of lockdown, which was April and May, I have seen a lot of customers struggling to adopt digital who had never thought of this, because they realized that without digital now you cannot survive this pandemic, especially educational institutions. There have been examples where schools, colleges had to pay hefty sums to get their platform online so that they can continue delivering their classes to their students. And it has happened. In last 8 months, we have seen it's still continuing in many parts of the country. So time taken has reduced, and that is where data utilization has gone through a churn. And what has also impacted now is this new trend of human and machine partnership. Now, today, we are not even talking about computers. We're talking about drones. We're talking about robots. We're talking about intelligent kiosks, wearables on the body, which are talking themselves. We don't have to do anything there. That's where IoT has made things much easier, but at the same time, much complex, because now data is transferred automatically. You don't have to, until you have a full control. It's somewhere becoming a bit messy as well. You know, when you have data inducers and data transmitters talking to each other without human intervention. But that's what the future is all about. So the need of the hour is that data integrity is going to be a very, very key aspect what everybody has to look at. But when we look at future, things are even getting more better, but at the same more concerned with these 4 A's, which are going to rule the whole technology world: automation, analytics, artificial intelligence, augmentative. And you find every industry, every function, and every organization impacted by this. I don't see any vertical today which is not impacted by these digital transformations. But when we look at that, we find that data is actually making things much better at many a times. Especially one example I can take is, which was proven, that the number of accidents in air and versus on the road there's a big gap. And one of the reason for this gap is that when the plane flies, it's driven by data and automation a lot. Pilots don't fly the plane, they steer the plane. But when we talk of cars or road transport, it's human driven. So what it also proves it that until unless you use data to the right sense, things might not go well, things might go wrong. But data in itself is not an individual thing. Data is an ecosystem. You have multiple stakeholders producing data, multiple stakeholders using data, multiple stakeholders running data, managing data, monitoring data. And that is what raises a lot of concerns, that are we able to control this big explosion of data in the right sense? Because if we are not able to do it, then analyzing the data and getting right insights out of that may not be possible. And that is where I would like to introduce this concept called 8C cycle. Now, we all know that today every industry, every vertical, and every function is going through a digital transformation. When we talk of digital transformation, we talk of data. That's the main driver behind it. And when we talk of data, we talk of how we are going to utilize and use this data. And that is where this 8C comes in. Connecting things, collecting data, collating data, computing data, conserving data, communicating data, consuming data, which results in the 8C. That's a change. And that is what we have seen in last couple of years, the way we work, the way we play. Now, when we talk of connect, that has gone through a big shift. No longer we have Wi-Fi only for connections. We have 4G moving now to 5G. We got LoRa, we got low power WANs, we got now narrow bands. We have so many technologies that we are not constrained by any connectivity technology today. And one great example I can think of is smart cities, where we are using multiple of these technologies on the traffic signals, in transport buses, when we want to track them, ambulances, when we want to track them. So we are using multitude of connectivity technologies today. So that has changed the way data is being connected. Second, now we have to collect the data. Again, technologies like edge devices has made it. Earlier, data was transported from the edge to the data center or cloud, where all the transformation, all the computation will happen. Today, we are doing analysis on the edge. We have got edge devices on the traffic signals who are actually managing and monitoring traffic. You don't have to take that data back to your command center because the time is very critical. So smart healthcare, smart transportation, that has become possible because we are able to collect data at the edge in real time. And then we are collating and analyzing data in real time. So when you collect the data, you need to now first convert data into from different formats to a common format, because there are multiple protocols we use. But second, you have to now analyze the data, because until you analyze the data, you're not going to get meaningful information from that data. And that's the third and fourth C: collating the data in real time, computing the data. Again, edge and fog computing are two great concepts which are making it happen. You talk of traffic management, oil and gas at the well side. You talk of mining in the mines, where till 5 years back, we were not able to use these digital technologies. Today, everything is happening at that edge. Then when you get the meaningful insight of the that analysis, the first thing you do is conserve so that you can use it for right decision making. That is where the whole optimization and monetization comes into place. Security is very, very critical for this data, and that is why conserving data in the right parameter with right security and right mechanism is key. Otherwise, we do a lot of efforts, get the data, and I've seen the data gets lost or is not used, and there's no way. That whole money is lost. So whether it's video surveillance, whether it is healthcare, that data needs to have a secure conservation. Otherwise, it can lead to multiple side effects as well. And then communicating data. So once you have the result out, you have the analysis done, you got the insights, say a traffic signal, health, then that data has to be sent to the right stakeholders. Of course, stakeholders who have a right to see the data, not misuse the data. So when we talk of wearables on the body, sending data to the mobile app, then that data going to a cloud is churning that analysis, sending data back to the doctor, how this patient is reacting. All that communication happens in real time today. And again, technology is no longer a barrier. You don't need anything. With this 4G, you are able, or 3G even, we are seeing rural medical devices in rural areas actually sending live data to doctors, live video conferences happening. Then finally, you consume the data. Now, you got the insight, you got the analysis done, you got the results out. Until and unless you use that to the right benefit, there's no point doing this whole exercise. So how do you consume data? For doing predictive analysis. You can prevent life-saving situations if we are able to do the right prediction from data. You are able to prevent a lot of criminal outages or lot of unwanted issues if you are able to do and consume the right video analytics in the right sense. And in smart cities today, data is being used to prevent leakage, for example, water leakage, and that's a big thing, because that saves a lot of cost and time for our municipal authorities. And finally, that brings a change. What is the change now? We have become a digitally enabled and digital savvy society, where we are able to use data for the benefit of mankind. But there are challenges. Data privacy, we are all discussing it. Data integrity, it's a key, and there has been a lot of regulations around it. Data quality is very critical, and data security is, of course, the minimum default we need to make sure that we're using data in the right sense. But it also gives us a great opportunity. And just I will close with two examples when I talk of data opportunity. One of the example we look at is data residency as a service. Now, with localization becoming a key thing, in India, a lot of organizations coming forward and saying, I can offer a service where you can have data localized, like you put your money in the bank. So if you are now creating a lot of these data residency services, it's a new business stream in itself. Data storage, data backup, data disaster recovery. It's creating new opportunity for businesses and startups. And next, creating new banks, the data banks. As I said, data is the new oil, data is the new currency. So why not have a bank for data? And this is what I've been working with some like-minded people to see if we can create a data bank, one of its first kind, where people can use it like I go and put my data in, I can retrieve my data like you put money in the bank. So with this, as a summary, data is definitely the new oil, new gas, and the new driving force for anything we do, either in our individual life or our business and professional life. I would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. And if there are any questions, I don't know, we have a question session or not. I'm just on my time. So thank you very much for this opportunity and look forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Today, we are privileged to have with us our chief guest, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, the Honorable Secretary of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We are honored that Professor Sharma made time from his busy, very, very busy schedule actually, to be here amongst us. Thank you, Professor Sharma. We are honored. We are privileged to have you. Professor Sharma is a key initiator of several new programs related to infrastructure and human capacity building, innovation and startups, research and development in advanced manufacturing, waste processing, clean energy, and cyber physical systems. He is also a key initiator for the Industry Academy of Corporations, Science Communications, Women Scientists Empowerment, and major international collaborations in the areas of priority for the nation. Professor Sharma had received his PhD from the State University of New York at Buffalo and is a recipient of numerous awards and accolades, including the inaugural Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science, TWA Science Prize of the World Academy of Sciences, Lifetime Achievement Award of the Indian Science Congress, and many more to add. May I now request Professor Ashutosh Sharma to say a few words? Please. Welcome, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, and a very good morning to all. You said few words. How few do you want them? I see that we are running a little bit late on the session.
You can continue, sir. You can continue.
And I know I will continue, but just stop me whenever you think that we have run out of time for this session. I being a professor, you take on the mic, then you speak for 2 hours. It's very hard to get people away from there. So I'm so glad that the Society for Data Science is doing this great job for 5 years holding this meeting. And we heard lots of deep minds related to data science here. I totally enjoyed the presentation. Professor Anupam Basu was here. It's a small world. I was with him on his convocation just a couple of days ago. We heard from Mr. Ravinder Pal Singh. It really summed up very nicely every aspect of data, because data is just the beginning. It's not something you build on it. Dr. Amol Guje, Professor Amlan Chakrabarti, who kindly invited me, Dr. Neha Sharma, and everybody else who are there. It's fantastic that we are talking about data, because data, they said, is the new oil, and I prefer to call it the new water, because certainly oil is totally replaceable and it would get replaced. In terms of importance of data, haven't any doubt that this is as precious as water. Of course, that water is never created again, and data, most of the data that we use today, that we have with us, has been created in the last 5 years. In fact, it's been created in the last 2 years. So it's growing exponentially. And data is the base of pyramid on which you build. You build information, you build knowledge, build control, build innovation, build maybe even some amount of wisdom going forward in the future. And certainly discoveries. Now, if you look at the rise of AI, machine learning, deep learning, everything, I haven't any doubt that much of science that we do today would be based on data. It's like looking for patterns. So pattern recognition, of course, is the strength of data sciences. And if you have an armload of data, how do you get the underlying patterns, underlying information from there? So it's all fantastic. On data, we build planning, we build decision making, we build development and governance and services. So clearly, data is all a future, absolutely. And if you think about Industry 0 was driven by muscle and brute force. Just walk in, kill people, take what you like. That's Industry 0. Industry 1 was with the rise of steam power and centralized economy, centralized manufacturing. Industry 2 was a rise of electric power, which means that the machines become all pervasive, they get in our homes. Industry 3.0 that we all grew up with is passive digital. So it's digital driven by data and everything, but it's in my hands. So I control it. The Industry 4.0 now is the convergence of many different streams of information and decision making. So it's about integrating, it's about the convergence of communication, computing, autonomous decision making, perception, which is collecting data, relevant data through sensors, and autonomous action by actuators. So what we may call just cyber physical systems, and looking at the importance of cyber physical systems, Department of Science and Technology started a new program just last year. Is worth about $500 million, which in what you can buy with it in India is more like $2 billion. And so what do they do is set up 25 different hubs of cyber physical systems. And of course, data is the base layer for everything that these hubs have started to do. And we know what these applications are. We know well what the tools are. It's all pervasive. As Dr. Ravinder Pal Singh had said, if you look at a whole slew of projects, just to give you an example, you would do with sensors, hyperspectral imaging, and then taking autonomous decisions on this imaging about, for example, the soil moisture, the health of crops. Do they need pesticides? Do they need to be harvested? Do they need fertilizers? What kind of fertilizers, and so on. Another example is, for example, autonomous smart pebbles, sensors for water and air quality, which are small, got onboard power, onboard communication, which is, making a map of all the pollutants. So then basically, then you do some modeling, you do simulation based on this data, and you figure out where the stuff is coming from, where it is going, how do you control it, where do you need to intervene, what are the actions that are needed, and so on. So it's fantastic. Of course, we must remember every technology that humans have ever built, it has both light and shadow of that technology. So some of the shadows we talked about, of course, you cannot stop the march of technology because no one is in control. Technology has its own mind. So it just walks in, if you would. You don't have to invite it or anything. Now, so of course, there are huge challenges on the horizon about leveraging the lights of data science, but also managing the shadows of data science. And we have talked about some of them, and it's going to occupy all of our future. I haven't any doubt about it. The best of minds, if you would. Now, of course, we talked about the fact that today, controlling data, controlling information, the flow of information, the ownership of information, sharing of information, use of information, building on information, that's what determines how empowered a society is, or how empowered an industry is, and so on. So, of course, that India has a great advantage in data science, of course, in terms of our young minds, universities, IITs, everybody producing top quality minds, very good at theory, very good at algorithms, and so on. At the same time, India has advantage in producing quality data. Okay, well, I'll come to quality a little bit later, but one strength is the diversity of country. So it's not a monolith. It is very heterogeneous. What that means is that you have every possible kind of data available in a single country. Is a socioeconomic background that no matter how you look at it. So there's a whole spectrum. The diversity of the is exceptional. Now, of course, the whole point is that the data has to be curated. It has to be portable. It has to, just not be thought of, especially government agencies that produce data, that acquire data. Their idea of data has been producing PDF. I mean, is like listing of data and stuff. It's no use at all. And what we are trying to do is bring in policies that treat data with respect so that it can be used. And of course, treating data with respect is another aspect which is so very important because we think of data as raw material. Okay, and often people forget that if you were to look at algorithm that uses the data and you were to look at the data, production of right quality data, in fact, takes much more resources, it's much more time and resources than making use of that data with an algorithm.
Excuse me, Professor Sharma. I think there is some audio problem at your
Problem
end.
at your
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Professor Sharma, it is there is some noise. Can
Noise is cracky generally.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
It's
we
still
can.
there.
Now? Can you hear me now?
Some vibration sort of.
I think let us continue.
I don't
Please
get any
continue.
vibration. I would request everybody to mute. If you can mute them. There's no vibration either emanating from me or my surroundings. So I can't hear any vibrations here. So I don't know where the vibrations are coming from, but can you hear me?
Then
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Yeah, you can continue, sir. Yeah.
So if the audio quality is very poor, please let me know because that's a good time to stop. So thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, now you see going forward in the future. So first thing I was saying is, look, this data has to be in the right form. We have a new policy in science, technology, and innovation, which is going to be notified in another month or two. It is up for consultations on our website of Department of Science and Technology for consultation. So if you got any ideas, and you would see that there is a chapter on data there. You would see that how important data is for science, technology, and innovation. And we certainly want, data being created and most importantly is shared with an ease of access. So all the data which is created, acquired, produced by public funding ought to be available to everybody rather freely. And that's going to bring about a revolution. Let's talk about geospatial data, for example. Historically, our agency like Survey of India, everybody kept their data very close to their chest. That's not serving the needs of citizens for development. This is going to happen with the speed and scale, that all of this data is going to be made available to organizations, to academia, to R&D, for every purpose that we can think about. Now, we're going to the future. Of course, as we know that predictions are very hard, especially about the future. But what's happening here? You see that the data which is being produced, it is going to every nook and corner from every device. So you call them IoT, you may call them internet, industrial internet, or you call them internet of everything, because everything is going to be connected. So which means that you are producing data from every little thing. and which means that the edge computing, as was pointed out, becomes very important. So it's no longer about just centralized processing. So there ought to be the data production, data consumption, the decision making. It becomes all pervasive, and it's everywhere. So you can call that intelligence everywhere if you would. We don't really know what intelligence means or what creativity means, but certainly we are getting there in terms of thinking machines. And even after COVID-19 has disappeared from the margins of history books, these overarching challenges of thinking machines, for example, they are going to be with us forever. And how do you leverage, manage, and indeed transcend those machines? By the way, I cannot, I'm very tempted actually to say, when we're talking about the shadows of technology, you see, when I was in primary school, all the books, textbooks, they talk about the fact that the rise of technologies like the kind we have today would free our time for many other pursuits. That has not happened. Okay, so if you just examine your life, I am working harder today. In fact, all our younger people are working harder today than they did, for example, 30 years ago. No doubt about it. So this is one of these are the paradoxes of technology. Really, really understand very deeply about what happens when a new technology comes in, and how does it actually empower people in their lives. So it's not about surface empowerment. It's about very deep down who we are. Okay, so I'm not belabor that point too much, but I just like to point out there's a huge movement in innovation and startups in the country. Now, this is unprecedented. Just Department of Science and Technology in the last 5 years has made more incubators and supported more startups in the last 50 years. So you see that the growth is also, I will not call it exponential, but certainly linear with a much higher slope. And these are opportunities for our young people to have a startup, and to roll up their sleeves and do something of it. There's never been a better time. Data science is one of those critical areas which are so important for startups. Startups which are working in the area of autonomous machines, working on data science itself, working on many different applications that involve data and tools like AI, ML. Now, there are many challenges going forward. I just want to quickly end and conclude by saying that there are many schemes and programs and missions of the government which have a very central bearing on data sciences. I talked about one of them, which is cyber physical systems, 25 hubs. Most of them are in IITs or triple IT and few other universities. The whole point is that all of these hubs, they are also autonomous. So we made all of them Section 8 companies, which means that they are arm's length from the government, which is absolutely necessary, because otherwise, you can't really do, quality work with speed. And these hubs, they involve partnership and co-ownership of industry, one-third partnership and co-ownership of line ministries that use this, and one-third partnership of academia. And it's a distributed system. So if you think about a hub in data sciences, it is not an inward-looking entity like a center. It is basically, it is an aggregator and custodian of many activities in data sciences which happen across the country, which means that it finds its own partners and fund them. So this is a great time actually to connect with these hubs. If you go to the website of Department of Science and Technology and look for cyber physical systems mission, it will give you a list of all the hubs. And we totally want participation of everybody who has interest in that activity, who can leverage the resources which are in the hub, which can work together to create the big picture, you are very welcome. So please explore these possibilities. Another thing that we need to do is to move the value chain. So the data, actually, the measurements and data in terms of knowledge pyramid sits right at the base. Of course, it has to be a very wide base to build a very high, tall pyramid, but it is right at the base. So now we using the data, of course, making the data is one job, but you cannot stop there. So based on that data, we have to build applications, we have to build information, highways, we have to build knowledge, you know, and controlling all of that knowledge and innovation and all of that. So I think moving up the value chain is extremely important for a country like India, because we know that when we went into IT sector, much of it was actually low-level jobs. So we must not miss this opportunity, which I keep saying is on the future. We must not, so we must train people right in the right way, so that we're not just, you know, manipulating data, entering data, back office kind of work. That, of course, has to be done, and that's got numbers, but at the same time, the real action is closer to the tip of the pyramid than at the base of it. So there's another mission, which is National Supercomputing Mission, which is this last year it established 12 supercomputers. One of them is even in the top 100 list globally. All of these supercomputers are up to 10, 20 petaflops, and we already started to design exaflop computer architecture. There's a lot of work starting on it now, and all of these things connect with data science. So I would you know, urge all the people here to explore the possibilities of how do you access these supercomputers. And going forward in next 3 years, there are going to be 70 new supercomputers in the country with cloud and everything. So I think good things are happening, and then, you know, has really happened in the last 3, 4 years. But now you see, once we start, it picks up the speed very fast, and I think we have started. We have made a beginning. So it's a great thing. So much of the data in the future and communication would be produced by these distributed sensors everywhere. And much of this is going to also happen between machine to machine communication. One problem that was pointed out by previous speakers is about machine-human interface. A very compelling problem indeed, and I thought about it for nearly 5 years now, saying, look, how when you make a decision by machine in complexity with an armload of data, how do you explain it to your human partner? How do you explain it to your boss? Indeed, how do you explain it to a 5-year-old child? Right? So that the effective communication between machine and humans is certainly a great area, which is a lot more would have to be done in it. I haven't any doubt that 20 years from now, people will be looking for jobs in pairs, a machine-human pair. It is not what I can do as a person, but what is it that I can do with my machine together. So those jobs actually would require pairing up of humans who understand their machines, so that you can think of loosely as a partnership team. And so many interesting things are on the horizon. For example, you know, so when people talk about what kind of technologies will come in the future, of course, we don't know exactly the shape of technologies that would come in future, 30 years from now. But we know the directions of these technologies. The direction of technology is always happens by the deep desires of the mind. So if we were to examine what is in my brain, what is it that I'm looking for or that it would tell you what kind of technology actually come or what would be the direction of these changes. And one of these problems which I have thought about for a long time is reconstructing a human life after the biological person is no more there. It's cyber digital twin or something like that, but that's not all. One of the desires of people is to live forever. We do it by good old days. We did it by biology, by reproduction, by continuing our DNA. In the future, I haven't any doubt that all the experiences of a person, which is the data, which is huge amount of data, visual data, data of every possible kind, which builds the personality of that person, the experiences of that person, all of that data could be saved, and also we are wearing sensors on our life and creating this data, this big data, and that driven by artificial intelligence engine will make this person live forever, together with things like speech synthesis, holographic projections, what have you, right? This could be a huge opportunity. It's one of the grand challenges, cyber physical mission, if you would. It's not a final product. This will keep on evolving for all ages to come. And we need to define some of these grand challenges, if you would, for the data science, so that people remain totally engaged. Continuity, so these groups are evolving, and with them the solutions to these grand challenges. So I think it's a fantastic thing that this group is doing, the Society for Data Science. Maybe it's Society for Data Science and Technology, because you see in data science, like in cyber physical systems, the physicality of things is really as important as the data. Okay, this is not a point often appreciated by data scientists. I know that because it's like, okay, if I'm a computer scientist, if I'm looking at pure AI, like, okay, let's say fintech, I don't worry about the physicality of things in there. I just deal it, just with my laptop or with some machine or something. So I think of the world as AI plus X, where X is some physical dimension. On the other hand, if you are a scientist who comes from the physical dimension, then you think of all of this as X plus AI and data. So the whole point is it depends on where you focus. It depends on the best simultaneously, and which basically means that it has to be hugely multidimensional. It has to be hugely multidisciplinary, and it has to be, sure that this understanding and appreciation for multidisciplinary, multidimensional work is going to catch a lot more power and strength going forward in the future. We ought not to really identify ourselves no longer as data scientists or what have you. This run of information processing, it is still possible to break knowledge in terms of silos. But time has come where we really understand each other's language. A chemist understands AI, and AI people understand protein folding. You see, a whole lot of this is actually lost in translation. It's lost in translation because we have become so deep and narrow. Knowledge is all about being deep and narrow. But at the same time, there have to be some other people who are working on broadening the horizon of knowledge, which means spreading out horizontally rather than digging deeper and deeper all the time, and it's very hard to get out from there. Anyhow, it is so interesting. Every aspect of what you discussed in this workshop for 2 days, I haven't any doubt that each of those themes are so compelling, so interesting, so useful, and so connected with us and our future. benefit from this, and I wish all the participants and society in getting the most out of it, to connecting with more people and spreading the gospel of data science and everything that builds on it. Thank you very much. Enjoy your workshop.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. It was really such an apt and insightful speech. I join all the members of Society for Data Science and ICDMAI to thank you for being with us. Now I would like to call Mr. Atul Bengare, who is the member of Executive Committee for Society of Data Science. So over to you, Atul, for the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of the organizing committee of Society for Data Science and ICDMAI 2021, I take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. It may take a bit longer to acknowledge the knowledge stalwarts out here. And if I make it brief, I would be failing in my duty to acknowledge their knowledge. So first of all, I would like to thank Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Honorable Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to have agreed to be part of this flagship international conference of S4DS, the 5th year of ICDMI. And thank you for being our chief guest and address the audience, sir. Thank you so much. Your yeoman service to the nation and to the committee of the Science and Technology fraternity is beyond praise. Your directions in the application of data science in research and development, academia, and industry has paved the way for our conference today and tomorrow. Some of the recent developments across various industries, domains, and departments have been driven through your department, sir. Your involvement in driving the scientific responsibility has shown us the path to success. And what better day to mention all this when the whole world is seeing us on launching of the world's biggest vaccination drive in India. Your emphasis on cyber physical era and the thrust from your side on proliferating the impact across all walks of life to data-driven interventions is highly motivating. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable time and your thoughts with us, sir. Thank you so much. I would also take this opportunity to thank Dr. P.K. Sinha, Vice Chancellor and Director, IIIT New Raipur, for his address as General Chair for this international conference and bringing your focus on the various nuances of data science, such as data management, data security in business and research. You highlighted on the data-driven disruptive innovation that is shaping our new world now, and for decades to come, which needs to be a collaborative effort from the academicians, industry, and government alike. Thank you so much for your knowledgeable insights, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I take this honor and thank Professor Anupam Basu, Director, NIT Durgapur, our guest of honor, to point us in the right direction, talking on data democratization to impact the humankind in the right manner, involving data security aspects to build trust, which were very well presented, sir. The emphasis on gaining knowledge across various domains is what we take away from your address. Thank you for sharing your valuable knowledge with us today and look forward to a lot more in the coming days. Would like to thank Mr. Ravindra Singh, CEO Mercadora and GoCuddle, our guest of honor today, a stalwart from the industry who shared his experience on the technological advancements and various different applicable solutions across myriad of opportunities that the world throws at us. You walked us through the digital journey of the past and showing us the vision of the future on data monetization through your 8 C's of data cycle that provided an in-depth insight on data and digital disruption from the industry perspective and bridging the gap digitally. Listening to you is always a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much. Our heartfelt gratitude to all our partners and sponsors, IBM, Wiser, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, DBLP, Scopus, and Springer for all your support. Would like to thank all the volunteers across various different organizations and institutions who have made this conference a success through their untiring involvement and dedication. Would like to also thank the audience for participating wholeheartedly in the inaugural session. And I'm sure you walk away with acquiring huge knowledge listening to all the stalwarts. Last and the most central part of this conference, my fellow colleagues from Society for Data Science. Without taking names, would like to thank each one of you. Thank you one and all. Wish you all data-driven, knowledgeable days ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Atul. As we now conclude the inaugural session, I request all the delegates and guests to join the succeeding events of the conference. We will have 2 keynote sessions today, followed by a panel discussion. One keynote session we will start immediately after this, and another keynote session we will have in the afternoon. For the morning keynote session, we have 2 speakers, and in the evening session, we also have 2 more additional speakers. We will also have the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Colonel Inderjit Barada, and the keynote sessions will be taken care by Dr. Neha Sharma. Now, may I welcome Dr. Neha Sharma and request her to commence the first keynote session with Dr. Regiane Romano. And Dr. Neha Sharma, I would request to start this session. Over to you, Dr. Sharma.
Thanks, Anandita. It's my real pleasure to introduce Dr. Regina. Professor Dr. Regina Relvo Romano has over 30 years of industrial experience working in technology and innovation. She is special advisor to Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Brazil. She has worked as head of research and general coordinator at Smart Campus, FACENS, a prototype of smart city inside the college that received many awards. She has also worked as CEO at VIP Systems Informatica. She is a writer, professor at multiple universities. She is an international speaker, consultant of innovation and technologies applied to business, IoT, and smart cities. As a researcher, Regina has traveled a lot, and in a business and emerging technologies, she has lectured in China, Dubai, Germany, Colombia, Poland, the Netherlands, Uruguay, Canada, Spain, Peru, Portugal, United States, and India. She developed the first smart store in Latin America in 2011 and is widely recognized as an expert in topics related to smart and sustainable cities, retail, RFID, and technology. She earned a PhD in concentration of information technology management at FGV and master's degree in information management of information systems from PUC Campinas. She completed her studies in improvement of international retailing at the University of Ohio, in RFID at University of Arkansas, in business at Columbia University, and in smart cities at Ludena University. We are so honored to have you, Regina, amongst us. We were expecting you to be there physically with us, but unfortunately, the situation is not allowing us to do so. So I'll request you to start your session on National Brazilian IoT Plan and its impact on business. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm going to talk about the National Brazilian IoT Plan and how this is impacting our business here in Brazil. But as everybody knows, we are not in a very, very good times. We have many problems to solve. We have technological advances. We have the globalizations difference. We are facing the share economy. We have many social inequality. We have problems with the energy. we have problems with our waste, we have problems with our health, but now we have a big problem that is the pandemic about COVID-19. So one day, overnight, everything changed. The schools became online. Our jobs became online. Our retail store were closed and we needed to buy online. Everything was virtualized in just one click. Brazil, it's a very huge place, like India. We have a big population here. We have almost 2006 million of inhabitants, and 85% lives at urban places. So we need to innovate to survive. What we are doing, we are focused on technology, on knowledge, on data, and try to understand how we can go better. So we are working a lot in IoT. IoT, as Kevin Aston told, I was there at the first time that he said about what he thinks about IoT. And he said that the Internet of Things is the third age of the computing. And of course, this has the big potential to change everything around the world. Just like the computer did 20, 30 years ago. But all the change will be bigger than we saw before. Why? Because IoT will impact everything, every kind of business, industry, logistics, healthcare, trade, public services, finance, smart cities, energy, transportation, agriculture, everything will send data and receive data from the sensors, from everything. So Brazil started to study a little bit about this technology. And we discovered that by 2025, IoT could add almost 4 to 11 trillions of dollars at the global economy. We are going to face many, many changes in Industry 4.0, at smart cities, at human being, at retail environment, and our research showed that 38% of the value generated by IoT will be used, will impact in emerging marketing, just like India and Brazil. So we have a big opportunity with all this technology and all those data to change everything, every business. So with this context, Brazil created the IoT, Internet of Things, an action plan for Brazil. And we had many ambitious goals with this. The first of that, it was to accelerate the implement of IoT like a tools that could help to improve Brazilian society. So we needed to focus on our competitiveness, on the digital society, and of course, in all IoT production chain. So we decided to innovate. We decided to increase the potential of our exportations and of course, of our training of our students. So the aspirations, Brazil aspirations with the IoT, it was to increase the economy competitiveness, help Brazil manufacturing chains to get better, to get more competitiveness, and to reduce the cost of Brazil, because here everything that we are going to produce, it's not so cheap to do this. And of course, to improve our citizen experience. So we saw three keys opportunity for developing IoT in Brazil. First, as I told you, make the nation more competitive. The second one, improve the well-being and the quality of life of our citizens. Why? Because with the IoT, we of course can improve public services, we can improve security, mobility, and social and culture. Everything can be better. And we can create an IoT strategy to change the way that people do labor relationships and professional profiles. So we studied many areas and we decided to start by 4 areas, prioritized areas: cities, smart cities, health, rural, and industry. At the cities, we decided to focus on mobility, public safety, water, and energy management. At the healthcare, what we are looking is to improve the citizen experience about how they can be better if they have some chronic disease, if they need to prevent something, and of course to do the management and the efficiency of all the article inside the hospital and all the supply chain. At the rural area, we wanted to get better the sanitary safety and the research efficiency. And of course, at the industry, we wanted to change everything to research and stock in another way, using RFID, sensors, using the data, using the analytics to improve our industries. Of course, all of this will need an intelligence integration. So we will see all those technologies arriving in our homes, like smart TVs, smart cars, vehicle connecting to another vehicle, and we are going to see many controls of humidity, presence, pressure, smoke, waste, and of course, everything at the pandemic time changed. People started to think a little bit different about their schools, about how they study, about how they work, about their personal monitoring systems and health. At the rural area, we wanted to increase the Brazil productivity and to give better productivity and better quality of our rural produced. And we wanted to optimize the use of the equipment and to create the concept of the tropical farm 4.0. And of course, we have places here in Brazil that they don't have yet good connectivity, but now we are putting many kinds of connections to improve those connectivity. At the smart health area, we are starting here the 5G generation. So we wanted to improve the treatments of the people that has chronic disease, and of course needed to be continuous monitoring and prevent risk situations. Of course, this pandemic time changed everything here in Brazil and around the world. We put focus at the hospital 4.0. We are using the technology to better assist the people. So health here in Brazil changed a lot with the pandemic time. We are using telemedicine that was not able before the pandemic time. And now we are using connections and how can I say, we can use now many wearables and helping people with their smartphone, so we can understand where people are, how many people are sick in that place. So the data from the smartphones, the social media are helping to save people's lives, so we can understand where we can find more people with COVID-19, and then we can do something with those data, and we can transform and help them before they get sick. In another way, at the Industry 4.0, we are changing everything. We are using robots, we are using simulations, we are using Internet of Things, cybersecurity. It's a big issue here. We need to improve the cybersecurity around the world, and here is not different. We are using augmented reality, big data, 3D printers. And what we want with all of this? We want to increase the efficiency and the flexibility of the process, and to trace and track all the areas of our business, and to improve the business model also. We are rethinking everything. Pandemic changed the way that we work, the way that we study, the way that we have a family, the way that we live. And of course, at the transport area and the mobility was the same. Now we are thinking about how we can collect the data and do smart roads, using telematics to improve the traffic. Of course, when we heard some ambulance noise, we opened the green line of our signs, and everything got better, and we can save lives. At the Smart City application, we wanted to improve the quality of life inside the cities using the integrated services, and to understand what the citizens need in that area. For example, if they need health, we want to understand where are the hospitals, how can we change the hospitals, how can we create a smart hospital to help them. What we are doing now is putting some cameras, and we can understand the traffic, we can make the safety better. We are using emergency services in another way, and we are thinking about how can we management the waste. Of course, there are many places that are better, but there are some places that need to become. Why we created the Smart IoT plan here in Brazil? Because we saw that until 2025, we wanted to reduce at least 15% in the traffic, and we wanted to reduce the crimes here in Brazil. And we wanted to do the same at the healthcare. So we wanted to reduce at least in 30% the sickness that are chronic sickness, and we wanted to use wearables to trace and track the patients, and we wanted to help them. And we have many money to do this. We think that the impact of the money for cities, it's about 13 to 27 billions of dollars. At the healthcare, it will be the 5 to 39 billion of dollars. At the rural area, it will be 5 to 21 billions. And at industry 4.0, it will be 11 to 45 billions of dollars. And we want, of course, with all of this, to improve the citizen and customer experience, to reduce the process, to review the process, to optimize the process. And for this, we will need to analyze the data. As my colleague said before, data are the new oil of the humanity. But in the other way, we need to take care, because many data together in the wrong hands can put the humanity on a bad place. And we need to think what we are going to do with all those data, because there are too much money on the table. We studied a lot, and we, of course, discovered that we have 80 trillions of dollars in public sector and private sector, and we needed to change everything to do a better employee productivity, to improve the supply chain and the logistics, to improve the asset utilization, and of course, to do innovative jobs and innovative trainings. Because of this, Brazil created also AI labs, and we are creating educational centers for each prioritized area at IoT plan. So we have now some labs that are being created to take care of AI for health, AI for cities, AI for industry, for rural, for tourism, for education, and of course for cybersecurity. We need to improve the cybersecurity around the world, because many data together, if they don't have ethical, we can create the big problem for the humanity. And we understood that, and we are studying and creating our e-digital strategy, Brazilian digital strategy. We understand that the transformation government will do a transformation in the economy, and the opposite is true. The transformation in the economy will need the transformation in the government. And we will need to review everything, the infrastructure, the research and development, innovation, the confidence, the education, and of course, all of this should be international, like an international plan. Because of this, we created 100 strategic actions. So we have data-driven economy, connected devices, new business model, and digital government and citizen. Those are our digital transformation axis. On the other hand, we have the enable axis that are network and infrastructure access, research, development, and innovation. We put focus on this. Our ministry, he is the only one astronaut in Brazil, so he understands the power of the science, technology, and innovation, and of course, the important paper of education. So we need to change the education, and we are studying a lot about education and professional training and the professional skills. And we want to do this in an international dimension, so we can collaborate and we can have help outside Brazil. But what I learned a lot studying for 35 years now is that if we really wanted to change everything, we need to focus on people, because Business do not make decisions. People do. Business do not sell products. People do. Business do not create relationship. People do. So if we really wanted to change everything, we needed to focus on the human, what the human needs, why we need so much data, what we are going to do with those data, how we are going to transform data to information, information in knowledge, and knowledge in wisdom in a way to transform the human experience. There is a lesson from an author that I don't know that says that sugar is made of three molecules, oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. Where is the sweetness is in the relationship. And what I believe is that if we use every data for the relationship to improve the human experience, we are going to do the best for the humanity. If we look just for the money, just for the power, we are going to destroy ourselves. So if you want to really have the success, focus on people, because technology is just a mean, it's not the end. Technology in everything must be transparent, must be flexible, must be collaborative, must be multi-generational, must be magic, inclusive, safe, should be fun, but should help to save and improve human experience. It was a pleasure to talk to you. If I can help in any way, I'm here at your entire disposal. Take care of all yourselves. Pandemic is not easy around the world. Be safe, be resilient, and count with Brazil. Brazil and India needs and can do many things to improve our lives. And I'm, as a professor, wanted to visit you again and do many projects and researches together. Once again, thank you so much for the invite and the opportunity to talk a little bit about the society and our data and our IoT plan. It's a pleasure for me to be here in this time. Here in Brazil is 3 a.m. now. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm here at your entire disposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Regina. I am aware that it's midnight and early morning there, and thanks for taking out time for all of us. And spending your night with us, basically. And you were very right to say that people are important, relationships are important, and most important than technology, above technology, actually. So thanks for sharing National Brazilian IoT plan with all of us. And you guys are making aggressive use of technology, I must say, and are really serious about digital transformation. And I have really liked your motto that transformation is government is needed for transformation in economy. So thanks a lot for sharing all of that. And ladies and gentlemen, Regina will be there with us maybe today, throughout the day, and possibly tomorrow also. If you have anything to ask her, especially about her smart city projects, IoT plans, and she is involved in so many good projects, So please discuss, do find time to network with her, and let's make use of her experience and knowledge. Thanks, Regina. Thanks once again.
I just wanted to say just one thing. I'm a professor in a university, and we created a smart city inside the college. So if you wanted to study anything related to a smart city, you are more than welcome to do a research with us. We wanted to receive students from India and around the world, just like a professors. And Mr. Inderjet will come to do something with us to teach our students. They are waiting for you, anxious, because every day I talk about your job. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I wait all of you here in Brazil. It will be a pleasure to receive you here.
Thanks.
So basically, it's like a prototype, smart city prototype in the campus.
Yes, and we integrated everything inside a dashboard, and we can control the water, the energy, the cars. We have some data, biometric data, and we can measure the weather. We have some IoT that the students created. And if you want, I can share with you in another opportunity. Just let me know, and I will do a speech for you. I have a video, and I will put the link for you, and you can see at the website, okay?
Yeah, sure, Regina. We will have an exclusive talk by you on this. I'm sure people must be interested, a lot interested in this topic. So we will surely invite you in near future.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, moving ahead, we have our next keynote speaker amongst us. And it's indeed a great pleasure to introduce her to all of you, Professor Sushmita Mitra. She is an INAE Chair Professor and Fulbright Nehru Senior Researcher at Machine Intelligence Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. She has worked at multiple geographies like Germany, Canada, Japan, Denmark on very, very interesting industry projects. Dr. Mitra received the National Talent Search Scholarship, which is NTSC, in the year 1978-1983 from NCERT India. She is the recipient of University Gold Medal. She is IEEE TNN Outstanding Paper Award winner for her pioneering work in neurofuzzy computing and CIMPA INRA UNESCO Fellowship in 1996. She is the author of book Neurofuzzy Pattern Recognition, Methods in Soft Computing, and Data Mining, Multimedia, Soft Computing, and Biometrics, published by John Wiley, and Introduction to Machine Learning and Bioinformatics by Chapman Hall, CRC Press. Beside a host of other edited books, she has also been a guest edited many special issues of several journals in the role of associate editor in IEEE, very prestigious IEEE ACM Transaction on Computational Biology and Biometrics, Information Sciences, Neurocomputing, Fundamental Informatica, and is a founding associate editor of Wiley Interdisciplinary Review, Data Mining and Knowledge Discovery. Very, very prestigious, I must tell you. And she has more than 150 research paper in referred international journals. And according to Science Citation Index, 2 of her paper has been ranked 3rd and 15th in the list of top cited papers in engineering science from India during 1992 to 2001. We are really honored to have you, Dr. Moitra, with us. Dr. Moitra is a fellow of IEEE, Indian National Science Academy, International Association for Pattern Recognition, and fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, and the National Academy of Science India, which is known as NASI. She is an IEEE CIS Distinguished Lecturer and the current Chair-elect for IEEE Kolkata section. She has visited more than 30 countries as a plenary invited speaker or academic visitor. She served in the capacity of program chair, tutorial chair, and as a member of program committee in many international conferences. Her current research interests include data mining, pattern recognition, soft computing, medical image processing, and bioinformatics. We are highly honored you to have here on our platform, Dr. Moitra. I request you to go ahead with your keynote talk on intelligent analysis of brain images. Over to you, Dr. Moitra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. So I am deeply honored to be invited here on this occasion, and I'll be very happy to share some of the recent research that we have been undertaking in our group. So let me share the screen. Can you see the screen?
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Yeah. Am I audible also? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
clear.
So yeah. So today's talk will be intelligent analysis of brain images. It's mainly based on the PhD thesis work of one of my students. So the outline will be like this. We will first do some machine learning approaches for the automated detection and segmentation of brain tumor from MRI. And we'll be using saliency and thresholding for the purpose. And then we will move on to some of the applications of deep learning we have done for detection, classification, segmentation, and survival prediction. So I acknowledge my student, Shubhashish, based on whose thesis this talk is focused. So we will involve intelligent decision making for the purpose of detection, localization, segmentation, and survival prediction. And the objective is to provide improved diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment planning towards optimal tumor management. Now, medicine typically has imperfect knowledge. Therefore, it is very much prone to be applicable for intelligent techniques. Why? Because it has, because we have some kind of incomplete understanding of biological mechanisms. There are imprecise test measurements, uncertainty of the normal ranges of the results, simultaneous presence of more than one disease condition, and missing information, and many more. So what we need is intelligent analysis with some kind of learning, automated analysis, which is not meant to replace the doctor, but to act as assistive intelligence to handle the big data, and some amount of interactive or active learning, particularly when there is insufficient annotation available, which is mostly the case. So first, to the automated fast detection and segmentation from MR images. Now, in glioblastoma multiforme, which is the most common and most dangerous of the brain tumors in adults, and it has very poor prognosis. So what we need is early detection so that it can be controlled in a better manner. And also because today biopsy is the gold standard, so this is invasive to detect it. So we were trying to find out some non-invasive surrogates which could be used to replace these invasive technology, so that it would be more less painful and less expensive as well. So with that in mind, we tried to apply MR imaging and to study it towards detection and segmentation. And typically MRI is used because it has superior contrast of soft structures of the tissue in the brain, and it has different sequences like T1, T2, contrast enhanced T1, flare. So each of these has got typical characteristics which can be represented well, such as blood flow or cellular density and so on. So if the objective is to distinguish between the different parts of the tumor, the subparts of the tumor, which is also very important for prognosis, for treatment planning. So for that, we thought that using all the sequences together would give us more information. So here we give a snapshot of what happens in the 4 cases. You see, in case of flare, if you look at the flare image, the tumor is highlighted. The edema has got a different shade. So it's very, I mean, using flare, you see the tumor can be marked out. However, when you have all these together, it happens that the different subparts become more visible, as here, after superposing, you have this kind of a structure. So the different subparts of the tumor stand out. Now, the brain tumor can be of 2 kinds, the high grade and the low grade. So low grade obviously is better from the survival perspective. But if you look from the naked human eye perspective, it's very difficult to distinguish between the two. So for example, this is the high grade and this is the low grade. So as we wanted to find out if some kind of automated technique could be discovered to provide the doctors with some kind of assistance so that these distinctions could be made faster and earlier. Towards that end, we decided to use saliency in the first part of the research. So what is saliency? Something which grabs our attention. So this bird is flying and this is the salient region. Even radiologists, when they do the manual screening, they also have some kind of saliency inbuilt in their procedure, like what catches the eye. For that purpose, we developed this saliency model where we mapped the FLAIR T2 and T1 sequences to a pseudo color framework, RGB, and then we mapped it back to L star, S star, B star, and from that, doing some mathematics, we extracted the saliency map, which was for the early localization of the tumor. So we can have 6 possible permutations of the RGB, and then mapping it to L star, S star, B star, we found that these 2 combinations were the most suitable because the tumor region and the edema region were the most, had the highest amplitude in this color cube. So we decided that any of these 2 combinations could be used. However, we chose to focus on the first one. So this was the saliency computation that we used. I'm not going into the further details due to limitation of time. So this was the equation we ultimately derived, and this was the distance between 2 adjacent regions. Now, if you think about it, if it is a salient region, if one patch is salient, then it is highly likely that the neighboring patch will also be salient, because a salient region would be made up of multiple patches. Therefore, in such a case, the distance between these 2 consecutive salient patches would be low, and the saliency component would be high because it's in the denominator. So we incorporated this distance computation in our framework. And then additionally, we adopted the property of human visual attention mechanism, whereby when you move away from the scene, gradually you get a global picture, while as you move towards the scene, you get a more local picture. So we decided to merge all these with the different combinations, as here. So this was for patch size 4 by 4, that means the localized information 8 by 8. As you move more and more away from the scene, you get a global picture. And when you superimpose all of these together, we get a saliency map of this kind. And the final saliency map, this is at the different resolutions, 4 by 4, 8 by 8, 16 by 16, and so on. And this is the weight value for that. And then we computed a threshold. Mean filtering was applied to smoothen it. Thereafter, some kind of threshold was computed automatically to extract the proto-object. So this proto-object in 2 dimensions, this is a sample output that we obtained. And this was a quantitative measurements based on precision recall and ROC. And if there were multiple disjoint tumors, then also the system could work properly. So this is the algorithm we named, that is the automated grow cut, whereas we also we compared with the ground truth and also with some other algorithms, and then subsequently it was extended to the volumetric analysis, 3D. So in 3D, the analysis was analogous. However, we had to consider all the patches and some other computations, and the proto object was determined in terms of the foreground and the background, which were the foreground was getting shrunk in size while the background was getting expanded using the morphological erosion and dilation operations. Ultimately, this was the volumetric tumor that could be extracted, and these are the planar views, the sagittal, axial, and the coronal views by the algorithm. So the quantitative measurement was made in terms of dice, and the reliability or robustness in terms of multiple individuals or users providing measurements, and the coefficient of variation was used as a way of measuring the inter-observer variability error. So this was the measurement of that, and this was the qualitative result of how the different samples, different examples, and how the tumor could be detected. So this was about the fast localization and detection. And next we moved on to the delineation or the segmentation, using only one single seed, one seed only. So this is what the objective was, to design an efficient algorithm in terms of computational time, preferably producing results in real time. And the accuracy was desired to be comparable to the manual segmentation, and we wanted minimum user interaction. Thereby, we used only one single seed. Typically, when you want to delineate a tumor, you need multi-level thresholding. Now, multi-level thresholding requires exhaustive search, and to segment an image with L gray levels in M classes, the exhaustive search needs L-1 C M combinations, which is order of L raised to M, which is huge. And typically in multi-level OTSU, which is a gold standard, you need a huge amount of complexity. So we wanted to modify that and employed the discrete curve evolution, which is a meta-heuristic optimization technique, which is typically used in skeleton pruning in image processing. So here a digital curve is represented by a set of piecewise linear lines with a vertex set V and a set of line segments S1, S2, and so on, which are joining these vertices. So Sk minus 1 would be joining vertices Vk minus 1 and Vk. And the cost of each pair of line segments is computed like this. This is the cost function, and if you observe, so the higher cost corresponds to a peak or valley, because the cos of the angle is being computed. So we decided to gradually merge two line segments having the minimum cost. That means the minimum cost corresponded to non-peak, non-valley, and the peak or valley corresponded to the threshold actually. So this is a small example illustrating what happens. So if you have the different points, and as you see, the algorithm proceeds and the pair of points having the minimum cost are getting automatically merged. Ultimately, you will be left with, we have to decide on the number of saddle points we want to end with, and those are the significant points of the histogram. And here we have specified 3 such points, and these are the 3 points we are left with. So these are the 3 points corresponding to the thresholds. Now, using DCE in this manner, the green points, DCE detected segmentation, significant points, and multi-level OTSU generated threshold points, significant points. So what we decided was subsequently tuning them using bi-level OTSU, because multi-level OTSU had order of L raised to M, and in our algorithm the complexity was much lower. However, we now want to attain higher accuracy, so we employ bi-level OTSU, and then we find that they have converged very close together. And what is the gain? In terms of time complexity analysis, the DCE multi-level algorithm gave order of L, and for bi-level Otsu, it was order of L square star M for the M classes threshold. So the total complexity was order of L square. So the gain was from order of L raised to M to order of L square. So this was our gain. So this is the algorithm in flowchart form. So you have to set the number of classes, then you generate the intervals using DCE, generate the local thresholds for each interval using bi-level Otsu. We are tuning the thresholds, and then we generate the segmented image corresponding to each of the threshold. Now you have to choose which one of these we want to focus on. So that is our region of interest. So then we put in one single seed point in that selected region of interest. And then using connected component analysis, a hole filling, you get the extracted ROI. So this is the output for a single tumor, and this is for a disjoint pair of tumors. However, for each such region of interest, you would need only one seed point. So that is also our gain. This was subsequently extended to volumetric analysis very recently, and I don't go into the details too much. However, this is how the results came out, and this is the quantitative output. So in this part, we also use some fuzzy connected component analysis. From this, let's move on to the deep learning part, the application part. So radiomics typically is a high throughput quantitative imaging features which are extracted from the region of interest. It involves an interdisciplinary study from machine learning, deep learning, medical image processing, and computer vision. In our lab using radiomics and deep learning, we have been doing a lot of work using deep convolutional network, lung CT images, diabetic retinopathy, brain images, and then analyzing the deep network and so on. So radiomics, in this radiomic study, using radiomic features, we could establish that a semi-automated approach gave as good a result as a fully manual approach. Where, on the other hand, we are able to eliminate the human bias inherent in the fully manual approaches. So in this study, actually, we extracted 56 CT 3D radiomic features, and these were based on the tumor intensity, shape, texture, and the robustness was measured in terms of the intra-class correlation coefficient. So AI basically is a superset of machine learning, which again is a superset of deep learning. And in deep learning, you do not need to provide handcrafted features. That is its advantage. However, you need a lot of computational power, high performance computing, and a huge network and huge amount of data. For example, if this is a common conventional neural network, this would be the structure of a convolutional neural network. So you see the magnitude of enhancement in the structure or the architecture. So while conventional machine learning or shallow learning, you need to provide the features. In deep learning, the machine automatically generates the features. In deep learning, you need the convolutional layers, the pooling layers, and then finally the fully connected layer at the output, with some other layers like batch normalization layer, dropout layer, and max out layer, mostly used for regularization. So with that brief introduction to deep learning, let's move on to some of the applications that we have made in deep learning on the same problem. We participated in the MICAI challenge, and we got a good score and ranking in the final one of the methods that we used. So this was for the detection and classification. So we had to, it was on the BRATS challenge database and also on the TCIA. So we generated a set of data from that for the patch-based, slice-based, and the multiplanar model application. And we developed the 3 models, and we also compared with VGGNet and ResNet using transfer learning. So this was the architecture of the networks we used for the slice net, the patch net, and the volume net. And this was the quantitative output. Okay, so this was about the comparison with the VGGNet and ResNet and some of the shallow learning methods like naive-based, logistic regression, multi-layer perceptron, SVM, decision tree, and k-nearest neighbor. So this is about the study of the explainability of the architecture that we got by visualizing the intermediate layers, and gradually as we went up the layers, the structures were trying to be found. And this is the final application that I'll talk on today. So this method was for the segmentation and survival prediction, and it was ranked among the top performing methods according to the leaderboard score in the MICAI challenge. Typically for segmentation in deep networks, you use the UNet, which is very famous. It has got this contracting or downsampling path, the bottleneck, followed by the expanding upsampling path. And there is this set of skip connections, which provide some information back to the encoder part. And there is end-to-end training. Now, what happens with UNet in segmentation typically is during the downsampling or the pooling operation, the network tends to lose some spatial information. And during upsampling, it tries to approximate. So thereby there occurs some error at the boundary. And this is a drawback for medical image segmentation, because for a tumor, you cannot afford to have such a kind of error at the boundary, because then the doctor would like to operate the entire tumor and this would cause fallacy. So we decided to design a new model to overcome this error. So this was about the data that was provided by the organizers. So there was, in this challenge, you're first given a set of data. You need to design your model based on that, and then for the training, for the testing part, you are no more provided access to your results. You just have to submit your model and they will run it on the unseen data and then evaluate the model based on the performance on the test set, the unknown test set. So based on that, the ranking of the leaderboard is provided. So we were able to get a good score and we were ranked among the top performing ones. So what we did was we introduced a novel spatial max pooling layer which could store the max locations to be subsequently used during the unpooling operation. So this is about the images. Like you see here, we had to design these different subpaths, the enhancing tumor, the tumor core, and the whole tumor, using the FLAIR T2 and T1C components. So this was the model that we designed. So on every occasion, what we did was we stored the max value. This max value and its location, that was passed to the encoding layer. So thereby, some of the information that was tending to get lost at the boundaries could be retained. So this was the innovation that we introduced. So typically we had to overcome the error around the boundary and the false positive. Now, and then the other problem was handling class imbalance, because if you look here, the background region, which is outside the tumor, is the majority class, while the tumor region, the actual tumor region, is the minority class. And unless you're able to handle this very high class imbalance, it is not likely that you will get a good result, because we need to focus on the tumor region, which is the minority class. So for that, we introduced two loss functions, the generalized dice loss and the weighted log loss. And this is the output we generated. We use the Intel AI Dev Cloud because this was under an Intel project that we had. We had a collaboration. We used TensorFlow in Python, and then this is the leaderboard score for the BRATS 2018 challenge. And this is our method. And these were some of the others. And the red marked ones are the points where we could score highest. whichever method scored the highest. So you see that our method scored high in most of the cases. And then finally, there was the overall survival prediction. That was a different problem altogether, a part of that challenge. However, in this case, the data set was pretty small. So we decided that deep learning was not the good way to do it. So we decided to use shallow learning. So we extracted the radiomic features. And the classes were in this form. The organizers provided 3 classes: short survivors, mid survivors, and long survivors. So we extracted 296 volumetric quantitative imaging features in terms of the first order gray level statistics, geometrical features, gray level co-occurrence matrix, and the run length matrix. So this is the map of the extracted features, the handcrafted features that we used for this method. And this is the output in terms of dice score, sensitivity, specificity, and Hausdorff distance. This is about the segmentation maps that we obtained. This is what we obtained, and this is the ground truth in 5 examples in this slide. And this is the validation phase, quantitative in terms of the dice, sensitivity, specificity, and Hausdorff. And for the survival, accuracy, mean square error, median square error, so on. So with that, so let me recapitulate what I have explained today. So we first focused on the automated fast detection of brain tumors using saliency, followed by single seed tumor delineation using discrete curve evolution, and then into our applications in deep learning for detection and classification, and for segmentation and survival prediction. So with that, I thank you for your presence, and I'm ready to take your questions.
Thanks, Professor Shushmita. This was a really great application. In fact, too much you shared in such a small time, and you have and there are so many questions in my mind, but I'll request Professor Amlan to come over because this is his area of interest. So I'll request him to ask questions. Professor Amlan, over to you.
He's muted, I think. Amlan, you're muted.
Yeah, unmute yourself, please.
Then can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, what is exactly dice loss?
Come on camera and please ask.
Dice loss is used for measuring the error in the segmentation. So you have the ground truth and you have what you have generated by your algorithm. So you need to find out the difference. So that is the dice loss. That is used in measuring the error in the segmentation.
Ma'am, I'm asking how exactly does it like remove the, what to say, the disparity between the, like there is a lot of label, there is a lot of class that is level 0 and that is a very few class that is labeled as tumor or something. You said this kind of takes care of unbalanced data set. How does it exactly takes care of
No, dice loss is not dice. Dice loss is taking care of. It is used for computing the difference between the segmentation outputs. Now, this log loss and the weighted log loss and the generalized dice loss, these are 2 measures that we are incorporating in the deep learning. You've got a loss function, right? So that loss function, we are using this. And the mathematics of that I haven't explained here. So I didn't include because we didn't have time. So you have to incorporate, I mean, the loss function incorporates this imbalance. And the dice error is used for computing the difference in the segmentation. These are 2 different things. So when I provide the outputs, that is for measuring the error in the segmentation when you see the results, and the loss function is incorporated into the architecture, and thereby the output is generated when, for example, one simple way is using the a priori probability. So the minority function, the minority class, if you give more weightage, some other techniques are oversampling, undersampling. So like that, the loss function takes care of that. But we didn't go into the mathematical details, and it is not so easy to explain like without a slide.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So if you look at the paper, you'll find the details.
Ma'am, can you link the paper?
It is in my home page. If you
Okay,
look
I'll
at the
try.
home page,
I'll check
it
it
is
out.
provided there.
Maybe
You
it
can
is
just
not so
click
easy
there.
to read, but I'll try it a bit.
Yeah. If you don't get it, you can send me an email.
Okay, ma'am. I'll definitely do.
Okay.
Yeah, Shushmita, can you listen to me now?
Yes, I can.
Shushmita, my brief question that what is your take on explainable AI, okay, in the domain of medical image analysis?
Yeah, it's very much important because the doctor will typically not like to be dictated by a machine, right? So it's the life and death of a person, a human being in hand. So it is the doctor who is providing the decision. So I mean, a doctor wouldn't like to listen to a machine unless there is some kind of explainability. So explainability is a very hot topic these days in deep learning. So it's very much important because up to now, even though we have near human-like performance, but we don't know what is happening because it's ultimately at the end of the day, you're tweaking the network. You're making experiments, you're adding layers here, adding nodes here, and doing this and that, and you're getting good result, and you're saying, I've got wonderful results. But what is happening, we don't know. Whether it is overlearning or doing whatever.
Yeah, and whether the priorities of the doctors are being taken care, right?
Yeah,
in your network, right?
That would be domain knowledge. That would be domain knowledge. So that's why you would need, I mean, you would need a doctor to be interacting with typically. Because whatever a machine predicts, it's at the end of the day, it's the doctor.
Right. Thank you, Professor Mitra. Thank you for your excellent talk and excellent discussions.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Nehadi, do we have time for more questions or? Okay, so let me ask. Thanks, ma'am. I think it was you covered a lot of things, and I think for us it will give a lot of reference materials. Okay, so definitely we'll go through the paper that you have shared. So one of the thing that I noticed is the coordinates that you discussed gave quite a varied result. So some were giving giving maybe 75 80s, and then volume net was giving very good result. Okay, so why can we, before looking at a problem, understand which coordinate will give me better result, or it is trial and error? That is one part. And if I may add another part, so so is there some kind of thoughts when we are extracting the features, like coordinates will also give the features, right? And then are there kind of a ensembling that happens, or that kind of things are also practiced, especially you are competing and getting such good results from state of the art competitions?
No, of course, the first one was about what. See, I lost track of your questions. Let us do one at a time. So
Yes, sir.
first
Yes,
one
ma'am.
was about which one will be good.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah. So up to now, of course, it is trial and error somewhat. And you see, why is the volumenet giving better result? Because it is having more information at the volumetric level. Again, the catch at this is that if you have more information, you need a larger network. So if you have a larger network, you again need lot of data. So often you don't have so much data, and then you need to create data. You need to generate data, and all this is it's a sort of a loop. You are getting.
It's a cycle.
If you run deep learning for small data and you get good result, that's not at all it's not acceptable. So unless you have large data, and you have once you have large data, you need high performance, you need these GPUs, you need lot of expenses. If you say I'm doing this on my desktop, that is also not acceptable, you see. So deep learning needs a lot of resources and a lot of time and a lot of data. So ultimately, you have to, in academic institutions, we don't have access. We don't have so much money. We can't compete with the industry. So we have to settle at some kind of offset between I mean, large data and high performance computing. So you have to do some kind of intermediate balance by introducing interactive learning, or what, as you mentioned, introducing some kind of handcrafted features at the ensembling level. So these are some strategies to bypass the actual deep network, because we have the limited resources.
True, true.
And what was the other? I hope I've answered all your questions.
Yes, yes.
I think I will just intervene. We are already short of time. Let us thanks Sushmita for deliberating the lectures, and in parallelly you can have our breakout. One of the breakout room is kept, so you can all join in that breakout room for another question answers. So thank you very much, Sushmita. Thank you very much for all the delegates. So we are switching over to our tracks. So breakout rooms are already open. So my request is that respective participants should join breakout rooms into your respective tracks, and Saptarshi can take session chairs into session chair room and gives the instructions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anindita. Thank you, Professor Amlan. Thank you, Sushmita. Thank you, Saptarshi.
Thank you, everyone. Let
Thank
us
you
meet
all.
in the breakout rooms.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So request all of you to go to your respective tracks. Those as a author, your listeners, you can decide which track you want to go. Saptarshi can go to session chair with session chair and discuss the evaluations and other things.
Sure, sir. I'm going there.
If anybody facing the problem, please do let me know. Anindita, which you are going to which room?
Sir, I'm supposed to be with Jagriti at track 4.
So I'm taking you the track 4. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not finding the track.
Good afternoon. I am Jyoti here. I want to go to track 1.
So you have seen the breakout room below. Otherwise, your software is old. There are two possibilities.
Oh my God, I am not finding
So are
any.
you seeing the breakout rooms?
No, I am not seeing any breakout rooms now.
The problem is yours. Now, what is your name? What's your name?
My name is Moinuddin. I have to go to track 4.
Mayur?
Yeah. Moinuddin.
Huh?
Moinuddin.
Moinuddin.
Yes.
As a, you joined as a HM.
Yeah, HM Moinuddin, yes.
So that's very important.
Okay. So I'm not finding any.
Just a second, I'm dropping you. Technically, you have to upgrade your software.
Oh my God. Okay.
Which is your track?
I have to go track 4.
So now you're going to track 4. Anybody else?
I have to join track 1.
Jayati.
So for me also, I cannot see the breakup room. So I think it is the same problem.
So now I've shifted you. So Mainuddin, please join track. Jayati, you please join. You got an invitation.
Sir, this is Jagriti. I'm not seeing the breakout room on my screen, sir.
So you have not upgraded your track. What is your track number?
Track 4, sir.
Sir, I'm supposed to be in track 1. Can you please add in Shubhangi? 62 Shubhangi.
I'm Sanjeev
I
here.
requested in the beginning to upgrade your software.
Hello, Sanjeev here. I can see that track 1, but I'm not able to join. Can you shift me to the?
So there is join button in front of that.
No, I cannot see any join button.
Madam, it is there. If I have invited you, it is there.
Hello, sir. Dipti Pawar here.
Yes.
I want to switch to track 2.
Hello, sir. I want to be in the track 1. Can you please let me in?
I should know your name.
Shubhangi, 62 Shubhangi.
Sir, myself Nivedita, I want to go to track 4.
Shubhangi,
Can you
you
please
have
add me?
joined as a what? I want
62 dash Shubhangi.
Nivedita, which track?
Fourth track, sir. Fourth.
Sir, Goji sir, this is Jagriti. Please add me in track 4.
Shubhangi, which track?
Track 1.
Jagriti, I already assigned, na? Who else? Please join your
Sir, could you please
respective
shift
track.
me to track 5?
Huh?
So could you please shift me to track 5?
Yeah, track 5 also. 82 Prithvi's Day.
See, I already requested all of you to upgrade your softwares. So I don't know what happens. Request was given in the beginning. So who else? Daniel?
Sir, 175 Vaishali, track 4.
Who else? Please tell me the name which is displayed on the Zoom and then your track.
Yeah, 82 Dr. Prithvi's Day.
Track?
Track 5.
Next.
So Vaishnavi Nair, track 4.
Next. Who else? Daniel, Arpan, Regan, Shreyas. Anybody wants to go to track? If you're not in a position, do let me know. Mani sir. Please, if you want to join the track, if you are not in a position, please do let me know. Daniel, Shreyas,
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Yes. Someone wants some help? Hello.
Sir, I think everything is set.
Huh?
I think everything is set, I guess.
You can go to each track and check out. Na?
Yes, I'm doing it.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, please make me a co-host. I cannot record.
What's your name?
My name is Diptendu Shatra.
Dipendu, you are coming and going back. That's what the problem is.
Sir,
Now you can
sir,
go back. Please
that is
go
my
back.
network issue. Like,
Go back.
yes, sir.
Anveshak, are you not joining the room? Daniel, you are not joining the room. Shreyas, Mani sir. If you are not going to join, Dipendu, why you are back?
Sir, I don't know. Some kind of error is occurring on my computer. When I'm clicking the breakout room, I'm just getting out of the meeting somehow.
No, go back. Somebody else is there who can do that work.
Nirmalo is there. Nirmalo.
Ask him to ask. Nirmalya has joined.
Sir, make me a co-host again. I'll try to join the breakout room second.
You are already, Dipendru is already co-host.
I'm already co-host.
So you're joined by 2 locations.
Shit. Oh, I don't know what is happening in this room.
One is I-3 last. So you should join by 1 PC, na? Anvesha, Daniel, GS Money, please join. Dipendu, your 2 logins.
Anvesha, GS Money, please join the breakout rooms. Shreyas, otherwise I will remove from this conference. Sayantini, why are you back?
Sir, actually, actually my laptop's battery was dead. That's why I went out of the meeting.
Go back, please,
Yes,
go
yes,
back.
yes,
And
sir.
recording is very important.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anvesha Banerjee, Daniel. Yes. Chahat, do you have any issue? Chahat, do you have any issue?
I'm trying to log in track 4. I was.
So are you getting the tracks or not?
Yeah. I am getting. I'm just joining.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Retreat, I'm just interfering. Volunteer, please start recording. Please continue. Volunteers, please start recording. Please continue. Hello. Any track is going on here? We don't have track here right now. Okay, then you can join another track instead of. Who? Who are they? If they are not actually, they must have kept the machine on and now they are not present. So you can go. Thank you. Anybody is facing problem in joining the breaking room? Soumyas, Sukumar.
I am not able to assign. I am not able to join any group.
Which track?
Which I'm not able to get any.
Your
connections to-
Zoom is not updated. That's the problem. Which track you want to go?
Oh, what is?
Huh? Which track you want to go?
1 minute, let me check.
So I gave you the request. You can join track 1. Got it? Mr. Wind Energy, rename yourself. We don't know who are. Sheila, are you facing any problem? Sheila, are you facing problem? Sheila, your voice is not there. Sheila, you can press the track 3 join and you can go to track 3. Mr. Wind Energy, please rename or unmute, otherwise I will blacklist you in this conference. I'm requesting you to unmute and talk to me. Sheila, please go to whatever the track you want. You have the access.
Shreyash, go to your room, your track.
No, they are silent since beginning. I think I should remove them.
No, 1 second. Let me find out who are they. Shreyash, you are for paper presentation? Shreyash, are you there? Hello, Shreyash.
Shreyash, Anvesha, both are like that.
Anvesha is an author, I remember. Shreyash is also an author. I don't know whether if he is the same person.
So, वो लोग अपना अपना उसके लिए आए हैं बस.
Hello, Anvesha, please go to some track and listen to your area of interest. You know what our track's about. Go to your track. Anvesha.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Yes.
Please go.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Shreyash. Sir, I'll call you in 2 minutes to discuss the program schedule.
What happened?
I will call you in 2 minutes to discuss the program schedule.
ठीक है. Daniel, please join the breakout room. Soumyas, please join the breakout room.
Hi, Somesh. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? You are on mute.
To whom you are talking?
Somesh, Wiser Tech.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah, you have received all the details now of Birupakho and Umesh.
Yes, yes, yes. I have shared it with the teams, so
Okay.
they will be doing it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. You, in case if you are interested in any of the tracks, you can go and join them.
Okay. Yeah, I just discussed with Amlanda. I am joining in track 1.
Perfect, perfect,
Okay.
perfect. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Daniel, what is your track? Daniel,
Yes, ma'am.
you are from which track?
Track one.
Third?
Track one.
Track 1. Okay, okay. Please go and join track 1 then.
Okay, yeah, I already joined in.
Okay. No. You are in the central track. Please go and join track 1.
Yeah, I am in track 1. Yes.
Hi, Rangrajan. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello, Rangrajan. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I hope you remember we met in Delhi. Hello. There's some problem, I think, sir. Regina doesn't want to join any track? Or she must be sleepy. Slightly. Arpan, please join your track.
Sheila, are you seeing the tracks? You can see the breakout room option of.
सर सर वो वॉइस ना दूसरे ट्रैक्स में जा रहा है.
क्या बोले?
वॉइस दूसरे रूम में जा रहा है एक्चुअली.
ये 100% नहीं.
मैं ट्रैक 5 से आई हूँ, आपका आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है वहां पे.
नहीं, मैं ट्रैक 5 में होऊंगा उधर, मेरा अनम्यूट होगा. 1 मिनट रुको.
अभी नहीं, एक 5 मिनट पहले की बात है.
1 मिनट रुको. नहीं, मैं कोई ट्रैक में नहीं गया हूँ, कोई मेरा आवाज नहीं जाएगा.
अच्छा, वो बाय मिस्टेक हुआ होगा था, इसलिए मैं आई थी, फिर भूल गई आपको क्या बोलने के लिए आई थी. दैट्स द रीजन आई केम आउट. भूल गई फिर. कोई बात नहीं, मैं आपको 5 मिनट में कॉल करती हूँ ये सारा मेल्स करके.
हेलो. Arpan, can you join the breakout room, please? Arpan, please join the breakout room. Sheila, can you speak? You are facing difficulties. Can you speak? Please unmute and speak. Otherwise, call Dr. Neha if you are facing some problem with Zoom. हाँ बोलो हम एक सेकंड
Morning, Yogesh. Dr. Goje here. Yogesh, are you listening me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yes. Yogesh, I think we are a bit late today because of inaugural function. Neha, Dr. Aloknath and Yogesh both are here. If
Yes,
you
yes.
can talk to them and discuss
Yes,
further.
yes, yes. Do we have any extra rooms, sir, right now?
Rooms are going on.
We have track 3 free, no? Or session chair track. We can go there, I think.
Yes. You can
Yeah.
go to session chair track.
Yes. Dr. Dey and Yogesh, can we join this session chair breakout room, please?
Breakout room.
I don't know which one to which.
Session chair. You just in the bottom of your screen, you must be finding breakout rooms. So just select session chair.
No, now there's asking to session chair. Okay.
Shifted them, Neha, so you can join.
Okay.
So dear participants, if you are back, I think take a break and come back after lunch at 2:30. If your sessions are over, please take a break, come back at 2:30. Either you can keep this session on and join afterwards, or you can log out. Both options are allowed. Participants, take a break. Morning all. Anindita is there. Is Anindita there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Shall we start? Can I call the guest back?
Yes, sir.
So I think we should start. Over to Anindita.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, everyone. A very good afternoon to all of you. We will be now shortly starting our afternoon session with our keynote session and followed by one panel discussion. So we will have our next keynote session with Dr. Aloknath De. Welcome, Dr. De. And we will also have Mr. Yogesh Kulkarni. Welcome, Mr. Kulkarni. I will now hand over the session to Professor Amlan Chakravarti to chair this session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you, Anindita, and thanks to the program committee for giving me the responsibility of handling this session as the session chair. So at first, we will have the keynote talk from Dr. Aloknath De, and his title is "How Does Big Data Bring Intelligence to Internet of Things?" Before he delivers his lecture, let me make a brief introduction of Dr. De. Dr. Aloknath De is Corporate Vice President of Samsung Electronics South Korea and Chief Technology Officer of Samsung R&D Institute, India, Bangalore. Dr. De has over 30 years of industrial and research experiences, including BEL, Norton Montreal, Hughes, with ST Ericsson, where he was R&D Director and Country Manager. During 2005 to 11, he has served as visiting adjunct professorship with IIT Roorkee and IIT Delhi. Dr. De holds BTech from IIT Kharagpur, Masters in Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and PhD from McGill University, Montreal. Dr. De is a recipient of Alexander Graham Bell Prize in Canada. He has received IET Memorial Awards for distinguished contributions in electronics and communications, IDC Insights Awards for innovation in telecom, Zinmoy 2016 Entrepreneur of the Year Award. Dr. De is a senior member of IEEE and a fellow of Institute of Engineers, IETE, and Indian National Academy of Engineering. Dr. De is considered as one of the most influential CTOs of India and is cited in Marcus Who's and Who in the world in 2016. He promotes science and technology and linkage through IP creation, startup collaboration, and innovative solutions. So we are privileged to have Dr. De here, and it's over to you, Dr. De.
Thank you. And if you could put the slides, then I could.
Yeah, so let me start sharing it. So is it visible to all of you, the slides of Dr. De? Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Amlan Chakravarti and all the members here. Thanks for the invite. And it's a privilege to speak on this ICDMI workshop. I know it's virtual. Could have been nice to be meeting. So I'm going to talk about how does big data bring intelligence to Internet of Things. And if you go to the next slide, then I could talk a little bit. We come from, Samsung is known for all the digital appliances, whether it is mobile, whether it is fridge and AC. So obviously the first slide, you see this. If I were meeting you, I would have asked who doesn't have a Samsung device, please raise your hand. But today I cannot ask that. And I'm assuming all of you have it. And if you don't have it, you will soon buy it. So that's the promotion part of it. But then coming seriously to the topic, we are growing in number of devices at home. And last count, when I checked, we have 150 million devices in our Smart Things platform. We have built a Smart Things as a app, connectivity elements, as well as cloud. And when I looked into, it's like 150 million devices that are connected. And yes, it is not just our own devices, but it is also from many other vendors. We have made it very interoperable. And about 10 to 11 devices we see per family. Not all of the, excluding some, those who are into the new entrants to the IoT world, excluding some of them, those who have been there for a while, we count probably 11 devices in the developed countries is already appearing. So when you have more and more devices, you bring them and you have to auto connect. The easy onboarding, easy authentication become a very, very important point. And that's what I show it. You bring it, open the box, and it should connect to your Wi-Fi, take it to the cloud, and you are part of it with some few questions here and there. On the right side, you see these devices, and devices are becoming intelligent day by day. With that, I can create even a little bit of recipes. We call it recipes, but it's kind of, for example, a mode of good morning. You wake up and you do few things, or just before going to bed, few things we all do ritually. So can we make them as a small microservice and make it happen together? You can have a movie mode in which you open your TV and you bring down the curtains and have some nice light and have a romantic mood, and all these we could create it simultaneously. I don't have to do things in sequence. So that's the broad outline of this IoT. And I'll come to the data platform and the architecture and the analytics, but just to state few things on these intelligent devices and the IoT itself. So moving to next slide, I just put one device. This is a not so inexpensive one, but good one, we believe. It's a family hub. So in home, you can connect those devices, obviously, to the cloud, but at times you need some hubs. And obviously you buy standalone hubs, but you can have TV as a hub. I have some hub core solutions, core data analytics, core edge elements that will be there in the connectivity that makes it a hub. So this is a fridge, that is a hub. What does it do? It can do home management. It can look inside the food with the camera sensors, what's there, what's not there. It can have health related information, calorie counting. It can order from there on the shopping, automatically. If something is not there inside, it can auto order. And then entertainment, voice enablement, all these are part of these devices, so much so that it produces all kinds of data and also assimilates many of these data. Many things are generated out of this fridge and goes into somewhere else. For example, if you have a Samsung Health as an application and you do gym and other things, these health informations of how much calorie that you are burning versus how much you are in from your fridge that is going out for 3 members, it all could be counted in a very nice way. So that's enough for the intelligent devices. This slide shows that how you connect is your sensors and controllers, and then you will have some IoT gateways. And earlier we were directly connecting to cloud. Hub was not so much there, or even if we call it hub, it was mostly doing connectivity elements. but now it has the processing and it has all kinds of data. And the beauty is that many things that we are talking about privacy in data could reside in the edge and doesn't have to go to the cloud. So you reduce your latency, you make it lesser expensive, and you maintain privacy by bringing in, and we have this real-time control filtering at source itself, data visualization that is possible. Then obviously you need for bigger things, the cloud and the big data analysis, complex learning model could be running there. If you move to next slide, so I just capture one in Samsung Developer Conference we do every year in San Francisco. Unfortunately, SDC 20 we could not do it. But 19, when I spoke there, it was IoT 2.0, the next phase of smart things engagement and growth. And how can you connect more ways? So yes, in the top, you can see that D2H is the device to hub you can connect, which I gave as an example. It can be a normal hub, TV, fridge, whatever you consider as a hub. So device connects to hub and hub connects to the cloud. Or there is an open connectivity foundation standards, how device could be connecting to the directly to cloud, so D2C. We also made C2C, cloud to cloud connectivity. Suppose I run a smart building and I am the owner and I have a lot of tenant there, office enterprises, but there is a parking lot next to me. And that parking lot is being managed by somebody else. So they have their own cloud implementations for the parking. And here is a building, and we know how to connect those to data platform and the cloud platform to be able to share informations. Because most likely these members would be a privileged members, right? They always park there. When they want to go out, they want to know some things, who is there, not there, is it congested, all kinds of things. So you can have a privileged information through the cloud to cloud. But what we also introduced is D2D, the first element, more ways to connect, which is a direct connections between devices, because this peer-to-peer communications is going to grow over time. So you may take a help of your cloud to set it up. And here we use the protocol like MQTT, which is a pub-sub kind of model. You publish and you subscribe and you get that. There are other kind of communication protocols for IoT, but you use that. And once you are onboarded, then you can start communicating even device to device, have some shadow informations, kind of cloned state information, and later you can sync it up to cloud, not the full information, but maybe certain pertinent information. So here we showed that how you could do it. Now this is an architecture, reference architecture. I took it from internet. There are many different variations and not just smart things. I wanted to show also the top line is Microsoft. The second line is from Amazon. The third line is of Google. And then even if you do not have any of those or smart things, you can still build through elements that are available piecemeal, and some service company could put together, like here Xenon Stack that they are showing. Now let me highlight a few points here. This is very, very vital. You understood the intelligent devices and the IoT. Now the data stack that we build, as you can see on the left, you can have your real IoT or even POCs that people build in universities and other places with Raspberry Pi platforms. But finally, two protocols, in fact, three things that are very popular. One is MQTT. That's what you see that. And I showed previously, that's a pub-sub model. You have your HTTP model. And also for IoT kind of constrained devices, when you do not have much power, you could also have a COAP, QoAP protocol for constrained devices. So that's your producers. That's creating the information. You start ingesting those informations, and there are different names. Events Hub, Kinesis Streaming, Google PubSub, they use the MQTT, as I said. That's how you inject the data. And then you get to stream processing, that data processing through stream analytics, Kinesis analytics, cloud data flow, Spark streaming. These are different methodologies, and you can go into details of it. But let me just give one or two examples here. People are going to be adopting, when you go multi-countries and things like that, you would be having a multi-cloud, right? You might have pieces in even AWS and part in Google, and it's possible to interwork even. So if I take AWS as a framework, and you see next level, if I go storage, I can see Azure has Cosmos DB, S3 is a simple bucketing, and DynamoDB, BigQuery is Google's, and many others that you can see, Cassandra and others that are available. So for example, DynamoDB, just to explain one, it's a non-relational, managed database that allows you to store virtually infinite amount of data and retrieve it with single digit millisecond kind of performance at any scale. You can do scaling, but very fast retrieval is possible. And you can also do export DynamoDB's table data from there to the S3 bucket, simple storage server that is there, because it's easy to process. Almost no coding is required. And then you have the presentations or query layers in some way, where you can use, for example, in this case, Amazon Athena or SageMaker, and there are many other tools that can help you to query or reshape the data with standard SQL kind of methods. And then you put it back for final layer of presentations, because business analytics, business intelligence, how you can present to people visualization is very, very important. So if I take one more example of Google, for example, Google Cloud IoT, there is Energy Works who has been doing managing all these energy meters. So they connect a large fleet of smart meters to cloud and build a smart energy platform. So you take those data platform and IoT platform, yes, there is a segregations, but at the end, if you are managing through data, this smart energy platform that performs a real-time view of how much power utilization is happening, what is the forecast for demand, and how do you manage these power utility providers, all the assets. One more last example here, if you go back, is Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics. Easiest way to transform and analyze streaming data in real time. And you can have Apache Flink, it's an open source framework, and you can use that for processing any amount of data stream. Everything that is required to run streaming applications continuously, and it can scale automatically to match the volume and throughput of the incoming data. So I just gave few examples here, and if you wanted to build one of the things, you can take from one of these vendors or use some of these smaller elements and can build an IoT platform the way you would be requiring. Obviously, first version may not be very cost effective or may not be all result producing, but if you start managing it well, you will understand what is your data pattern and flow and the volume and the velocity. And based on that, then you can optimize this architecture. So I wanted to spend some time there to be able to make sure we understand how we do it. So I talked about IoT and this reference architecture. Now coming to this cognitive IoT, the intelligence that we bring in, and this is where you can do an automation, provide suggestions to users to automate routine tasks. You do this, you do that, you go to a new place and you do alarm setting and coffee machine and geyser on every day. I can suggest to make it a routine to make that happen. Detect. You do every day this. Today you forgot to lock your door. I can send you an alarm, not for anything and everything, but for the critical services that you are missing something. Or if there is a fire caught and you forgot to turn off the geysers and things like that, possibly it can be detected and communicated. and recommend, identify habits of users. I say, I need gas, and then basically it knows that you are driving. It can have that contextual information, and therefore it must be meaning not cooking gas, but really it's a fuel that you need. And it knows, which do you go to Indian oil, so it can suggest back to you just simple question of I need gas. So what happens is, yeah, there is a need. So gas, which gas, cooking gas or this petrol, diesel? Yes, you identify, you're in moving mode. And then what is your potential place to go? But let's say that is far off, then it can suggest that HP is nearby. But if you want to go for Indian oil, maybe 5 kilometers down the road. So all these, we can put it into the contextual way and build a system. If you go to next slide, so I wanted to have some click once more. Yes, so just leave it here. Okay, that's fine. Keep it. Yeah. So this is just to say that if then all these big data, but finally I can use it for small actions. Sleep sensor in the bed, it gets that sleep patterns, related data, but it gets the coffee consumptions. They are linked. IoT is linking. If this is, I am waking up, then coffee machine needs to be turned on. So that's your if then else, or if IFTTT. If I do this, then what happens? But then you also could get all these data of coffee consumptions and sleep patterns. When did you sleep? When did you wake up? And all of those. Going to the right side, one more click. That tells, you have a smart toothbrush and you stand in front of the mirror. This is kind of future imagination. That's why I put it a little bit on the cartoon form. But your toothbrush, but already these toothbrushes are available, which can look into cavity data, brushing pattern, and all those data could be logged. Don't ask me what am I going to do with all of this, but yeah, you could get it. And you have the smart mirror to make your plan for the day, right? So that's kind of an imaginations and how the world would be kind of moving, and you don't know, and I'm sure certain informations would be more useful than the others, and we will learn that. Going to next slide. So I took a different example, not just from home. We love this cricket, and we had recently this Australia match that's has been, there in the very recent times. But not just the bats, but the cricket ball. There is a company by name Kookaburra in Australia who have made this ball, and you can put all these sensors inside of accelerometer, gyro, magnetometer, and you can see the speed of the ball, the spin of the ball, and you have your cloud, you can have your machine learning algorithms. These data goes there, processed, and it can give it certain kind of directions. If you are novice players, then obviously you can learn from a mapping onto some expert players, how they could have played that ball versus how you are playing. Or even if you are an expert player, still you want to know to make your strategy to win against the competent team, right? So it's always useful. It's just that which level you are operating, but otherwise it is not. And they have sent it for approval. I'm sure it will start, you will start seeing these kinds of balls. And it's not just the umpire, third umpire, which is the on the TV, but you will start to see these kinds of data automatically analyzed and given ball by ball details. So those are some examples. In this process, what happens in the IoT, you sense, and if you continue to click, then you analyze, understand, decide, and then proact. Earlier, in the beginning phases of IoT, we were kind of acting, reacting, but now it's more of proactions. And always there is this learn and adapt, and the models would be learning and adapting through the suitable actuation logic that action will be happening. So that's kind of broad picture. And you could apply for any verticals. I am not talking today about verticals, but in the business context, there are 9 verticals with a $9 trillion roughly opportunities that everybody is looking, whether it is education or healthcare, but more so on the logistics and manufacturing and smart cities, there is a lot of potential. They are at different league of maturity, but that's what we are going. Going to the next slide. So I tried to put in last few minutes tried to put a picture of big data aggregations if it's an airline example. So you have airlinesite.com where if you want to search and you get all these data layers, and these are different kind of units. You have an airline data, all the reservations, history, business, promotions around that. You have a frequent flyer where you are doing, or maybe similar people, the award inventory and profile data account activity. So that's another set. You have all your social data, nothing to do with this, but who else is traveling this time? You could know, you could chit chat and whatever it is, that set of data. And you can have any amount of third-party data where we are starting to use a blockchain a little bit to make sure that the data privacy is there, data traceability is there, but I'm also able to share data if there is a consent in a traceable fashion. I'm able to share with somebody concerned. Like for example, if I'm running a smart home and if there is a surveillance at home, that's a different company, right? So I need to share the data of home, or I need to get from them if the person is in-house or not there, operations would be very different, right? So therefore, I think it is essential to share data with others. It's not an optional thing. When I take an Uber and Ola, you have the data of maps, right? So how to do that and protect it is the primary question. So now I go into a few things very quickly. Just click. So here we have this voice Bixby, and I was talking about travel. So this Bixby, with this big data that is stored, calendars, call, contacts, don't forget your passport, have a safe trip. If it's in the calendar, it can be picked up 12 hours before, you could get a reminder. Remind me to pick up milk and peanut butter when I get to the store. I don't know when you will go to the store, but there is a map and you know that you are closer to store. Only remind then, because even if you remind me 10 times before, I'm not able to act. And exactly when I pass by that, I remember, oh, I forgot to buy it. So, and it will not be a very happy moment at home, I can guarantee. So coming to the multi-device, you can see voice interactions with Bixby for finding all pictures. If you go to next slide, I showed an example of connected car where we are putting all this intelligence, and there is convolutional neural net for vision, where, so it's not just voice and the contact kind of data intelligence that I mentioned, but also the visual data that you can see. And at the end of this vision, you'd be able to decide whether it is a car, truck, van, bicycle. So these detections, and it's not easy. And we have seen there is accident that happened whereby the cars or the vans, the color and the sky color, for some reason, it just absolutely matched and it could not distinguish. So it's a very sophisticated problem, multiple layers. Even in simple things, you'll see 20 plus layers of CNN that needs to be trained. And people are today talking about explainable AI for every layers of information. So yes, all these data that goes into the data platform to be able to congregate and then make sense out of that. So this is my last slide to conclude, to say that, we have these things and these are devices, whether it is smart energy, smart home, security, health, fitness, or on the enterprise, it can be consumers or B2B. You have your sensor networks, lighting controls, factory automations, those are your bases. You connect through wireless connectivity, lots of protocols, Wi-Fi, Zigbee, Z-Wave, and many things that are there, different frequencies, Bluetooth, BLE, sub-gigahertz bands, LoRa, Sigfox, many standards. But at the end of it, these data are going, what should go, what should stay in device, what should stay in hub, what should go to the cloud. That architecture is an interesting one. And people also talk about fog or edge computing. There is a little bit of difference, subtle differences where you hold them and how deep is the data and how private is the data. Once you have that, then the other part of the story is download, and you want to make some insights out of it. Data is Otherwise, very meaningless. You can accumulate, but you don't know how to query. What is the right questions? And there are a lot of query tools, but your question has to be very right to see that you are deriving an insights which is useful for consumers. If it's a tariff management, that in the morning it's higher cost, in the evening it is lower, or is it a security elements where, oh, I forgot to lock and please warn me, solicited, unsolicited, all kinds of things. This itself is a design on its own to make sure that we use the user big data in a very meaningful, insightful analytics way. So that's IoT from things to big data. So with that, I conclude my presentations, and I'm sure at some point we'll have some interactions.
Yeah, so thanks, Dr. Dev, for this excellent lecture. So you showed that how data systems and intelligence, right, together can lead to some wonderful applications, right? And you demonstrated that how this can be thought about and what are the future directions. And now I will just go to the participants. We can take a couple of questions. Okay, if anyone is interested to put their questions, we can take a couple of questions. So any questions from the participants?
Dr. Goje here. See,
sure.
End of that, when we are talking about all these IoT gadgets or devices or sensors, we need that they should talk with PC, or you can say on over network or over cloud. So they should come back to TCP/IP or your IP protocols. So do you think that this ZigBee and other protocols will die on their own, or we require that they should exist?
No, I think it may not die. The number of protocols that are there may reduce. I think the effort that we have put so far is to impress everybody, because if somebody is doing parking with one kind of protocol like LoRa, it's quite popular there. Somebody uses ZigBee for home hub. I think we have tried to embrace these people, and why it will not die, because the needs are also different. The devices are different. For example, the power requirements, some protocols are very good for low power operations. So the others would not be able to do that way. Sometimes you want this solicitations, handshaking, sometimes you don't need that. Then the coverage area, wide area network to very small range, like if you go to the NFC side of it, it's almost contactless. We're talking, without touching things, and payments kind of applications would be very useful in that. So if you look into coverage, the power, the throughput, many of them are at different points of operations. So yes, it may get reduced numbers over time, but I don't think they will die. And many of them are wireless based, and some of these internet protocols are kind of connected, tethered in that sense.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Please.
There is one question from Shawan Bhattacharya in the chat. I will just read it out for Dr. De. So safe and interconnect. Okay, yeah. So how much safe an interconnected network of devices from cyber attack, and what can be the safeguard?
So at every level, so IoT is a quite broad span, right? Devices, and then going to the edge, and this. So any vulnerability is a vulnerability. The challenge is to make sure at all layers, the security is well spread, and it is, because as you know, security is all about the weakest link, and somebody finds that out and attacks from there. So what we have also found out, and currently in India also, we are drafting a document for IoT device security. It's just on the review phase. It's progressing. And we've taken a lot of good stuff from here and there to even present that. But one of the things that we have understood is, earlier, you had this firewall and you protect here and you protect here, but whatever way you protect, there is always a passage, right, available. So what we have realized is a lot of things will be happening in these devices and hub, because those processing power, those storage are becoming day by day significant. Therefore, their own protections, if we can make sure, so the devices have and trust zone and what should be protected where. And if the device security, it may sound like contradictory that we are talking about the whole globe, but at the end, the device security is the most important, because anybody can attack me, but my data should not be kind of disturbed, or I'm not going to cause for somebody else a problem. These are two dimensions of it. So if every device follows that principle, a lot of problem gets solved. Then it's a normal IT connectivity at a large scale. So I don't think we'll be able to solve this. It's a very ongoing exercise in a short term. We just have to address and address and address and check every layers and still deal with it. Still progress. Today,
So
I can give
yeah.
statistics of, we did a survey that 40% people, if IoT is getting hindered for deployment, what is the reason? People say 40% people say interoperability issues. Okay, that problem is going away. Another 40% says security. Therefore, they're not going or deploying widely. And 20% talks about the large scale deployment slows down. Suddenly something works, but you are not able to scale up. But that's also kind of deployment story could be handled. I think security remains a vital point, but there is a lot of work that is ongoing currently.
Yeah, so due to the interest of time, we are not taking further questions. And thank you, Dr. Dey, for this illuminating lecture. And I think many of the participants are motivated. And what we will do, we will take some questions offline, Dr. Dey, and we will pass on to you, right? And then I will get back to the participants on that. Okay? So thank you again, Dr. Dey. Yeah. Thank you. And now we are moving on to our next keynote speaker. Let me briefly introduce him. So we have Dr. Yogesh Kulkarni. Dr. Yogesh has over 2 decades of professional and research work in the field of geometric modeling. For the past few years, Dr. Yogesh is working on various problems in the domain of natural language processing using machine learning and deep learning techniques. Currently, Dr. Kulkarni is working as a principal architect, CTO at the ICDMAI Pune, and on sites conducting meetups, workshops in topics related to data science. So we welcome Dr. Yogesh, and I invite you for your keynote.
Thanks, Amlan, and thanks to the organizers for the opportunity. Let me share my screen. Can you allow me to share it?
I hope, yeah, it's fine.
Visible now?
Yes.
Fine, your screen is there. Your screen is there, yeah.
Wonderful. The idea behind this talk is I'll briefly cover what conversation agents, typically known as chatbots, what is the basic need, what are the basic components within chatbots, and then the workings behind, at least very superficially, how they work behind the scene. So that's the idea. Everybody, I'm assuming that they have used chatbot before. The basic need is, say, assume that you're contacting a bank, so you wanted to find, wanted to know that why my checkbook has not arrived. What do? You go to this bank call center, and then this IVR system comes in the play. Do you want to put your account number? Is it a saving account? Then further questions are asked, and then towards end, if at all you're lucky, you get the answer there, or else you have to go to the agent, right? So this is very annoying process. Instead, if at all there is a facility that you put your question directly into chatbot and get the answer, right? That would be wonderful. But even if this solution is very easy to see or expect, but it's very hard, because whatever you will put as your query, that the computer system needs to understand, and then that's the crux. So that's really the intelligence part. And that's why I'm saying is chatbot equal. This is this logical if operator that we are all familiar. Is it equal to AI? Is it equal to artificial intelligence? And then we'll see if that is the case. So chatbots are basically dialogue systems, the conversational systems, isn't it? You ask something and then the chatbot responds, hopefully solving your query. That's the idea. I'll stay on this slide a little longer. This is basically the anatomy, the basic idea behind the chatbot. So you have a query, say I have not received my shoes or whatever, checkbook. What happens? Computer system tries to understand the English sentence. And that part is known as natural language understanding, NLU. I'll refer to that quite frequently later. NLU, natural language understanding. You have to understand the natural language and then do what? Extract what is the intent of the query. So here in this case, it is a delivery issue, right? Delivery problem. And apart from intent, what is the intent of the query? What are the associated entities of the query? And in this case, the product issue and then the date is last week. So from English sentence, now you are coming to a little more structured way that this is the intent and these are the two entities. Now, as you can really imagine, this is almost like converting a natural language to an SQL query-like thing, isn't it? So this is the intent and these are the queries, fire that function or fire that query and get the answer. So this is what NLU does. And NLU is very crucial in dialogue systems. Once intent and entities are formed or populated, then you see whether you're able to satisfy the query in one action itself, or do you want to have next action? So that is the dialogue system. The dialogue itself can prompt you, but what about this? What about that? So it can build conversations. So that is the dialogue system that I've shown here. It may have to query the databases and other things. You will have business logic. So that's the part. And once the answer is ready, it has to generate a naturally looking sentence as an answer, isn't? That's NLG, natural language generation part, right? So this whole system, as you can see, we find that chatbots are very easy, funny to use, simplistic. But these are the components that go behind, and individually, they themselves are very complex and challenging systems to build. And I'll show you that. Individual systems are themselves very difficult. And you might have seen, if you have used quite a few chatbots, if you go beyond, say, 2 conversations or 3-sentence conversation, 5-sentence conversation, you have won actually, because building conversation itself is a very challenging task. What do we have as ready tools to build these conversational agents or chatbots? I'll be talking about those tools. The NLU part that I spoke about, natural language understanding, that itself, as I mentioned, is hallmark of AI, understanding human language. You might have experienced, for you to understand another human's language itself could be difficult. Now you are expecting a computer to understand your language. And some of you may be familiar, there's a test called Turing test. It's a very wonderful test, just to see whether AI has arrived or not. So what is this test? Just imagine you are sitting and there's a shield, there's a cardboard, and there's something behind that cardboard, okay? And you are chatting with that something. You're doing normal chatting, and you're not able to decipher the thing that you're chatting to. Is it a computer system or a human? If that thing is achieved, then AI has come, because then you're not able to distinguish whether you're talking to a software or to human, right? This is the hallmark of AI. And this is what conversational agents or chatbots try to achieve. some chatbots are so well designed that you just don't know whether somebody as a human is chatting to you or you're talking to a computer system. That's why giants are at it. And you might have seen and might have used also. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they all have their own chatbot systems. By the way, the speech interface, the Echo or Siri or other Google Now, Google Home, these devices are actually speech-based. But for this presentation and overall, that again is an NLU because speech gets converted to text many a times and then it is understood. So speech-based or a text-based system, both can be considered as conversational agents or chatbots. If you want to develop one, what kind of skills you would have? And definitely, it is very obvious that you would need to know NLP, natural language processing, as your course. If anybody wants to go into that. Plus, apart from NLP, the knowledge of machine learning and deep learning would be needed. And I'll explain where it is needed. Amaran sir, just point me whenever there's 5 minutes left to the talk, or else I'll go on speaking. I want to show something.
No, sure. I will let you know. Once you have close to 5 minutes.
So if you want to build your own chatbot, you have to decide domain because you cannot be open domain. So you cannot build a chatbot that can answer anything and everything in life, right? So you have to say restrict to say travel assistant. Meaning chatbot that takes a query like, I want to book ticket from Pune to Mumbai on this date. Give me the fare. So it's very restricted. The conversations are sort of known. The context is known. So it is easier to decipher. So decide the domain, design the conversations, some possible conversations, and then AI related trainings, and then the business logic, and then those things. And I'll give you an example. I'll just quickly move over this sort of theoretical part, but I'll explain with an example. Challenges with the chatbots. First of all, and first and foremost, the security, because you're talking to somebody, say you have an HR chatbot, human resource department chatbot, and you're asking queries related to your salary. Now, obviously, this is sensitive information. Or if there is a healthcare chatbot, obviously, this information is very sensitive. So security aspects are important. Making chatbots stick, meaning the conversation has to go more than 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines, engaging, likable. It should be functioning. It should serve the purpose. So it's very challenging to build chatbots which are long conversation chatbots. And then, of course, there are NLP related challenges like language modeling and other things. There are quite a few platforms meaning frameworks that provide some of this functionality out of the box, ready. And they also let you plug in your own custom things also. So if you want to build a chatbot, you can use these ready bot platforms instead of writing everything from scratch. And obviously it will have components like NLU, natural language understanding. It will have a dialogue system. It will have NLG, the natural language generation part. And some of the popular platforms are, I have listed them, I need not read them. Google, Facebook, IBM, Microsoft, Amazon, all these big giants have it. I've mentioned one more at the last called RASA, R-A-S-A. It is little different from the above ones as it is an open source one. And there's a specialty being open source and free to use. Anybody and everybody, right from students to professionals, can try it. And my intent is towards later part of this presentation, I'll explain RASA because this is being open source. And there's another difference between the above ones and RASA. All the above ones, whatever you type for intent and entity extraction, they send your conversation over the net to their server, process it, and send the reply back. So there's a data transfer over internet. But Raza can be local, fully local. Whatever machine learning models are built, they're completely local. The conversation happens locally. So if you have very security sensitive kind of domain or chatbot, then you may have to think about very local chatbots like Raza. Raza, by the way, is a framework, and you can build chatbot on using those functionalities given in the framework. I won't go through because of want of the time. These are some popular ones, but I'll explain. Raza being open source, it also has two broad systems. NLU part called Raza NLU, natural language understanding, which gets the sentence and tries to extract intent and entities. That's its purpose. Then there is a dialogue system. Here it is called as Raza Core. And then, and that's the state management. Once this query is done, what should be the next query to fulfill the whole query? Okay. I will touch upon what happens behind the scene now.
So Jogesh, now you have 5 minutes.
All right. Okay. Maybe I'll do one thing. I'll quickly go through the NLU part. NLU, as I mentioned, and some of you, if you are familiar with machine learning as well. So this is what happens. Given a sentence like this, I have a new address, this. You have to extract two things. You have to extract intent, say address change, and you have to extract entities, say address, the actual address part. How do you do that? Those who are familiar can easily guess. I may have some predefined intents. So this is a multi-class classification problem. Simple, like logistic regression or SVM, you can use any of the classifiers. So this is actually used behind the scene to do intent classification. And for the entity extraction, what would be the one? If you've heard of what is called as named entity recognition, NERs, this is what is used behind the scene for this. And of course, maybe I'll share this presentation, whoever is interested. There's quite a few theory behind it, but looking at the time, maybe I'll try to show you how a simple Raza chatbot is built. It comes pre-packaged. Amlan, just let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, your screen is coming. Your terminal is coming.
Okay, maybe I'll do one thing. I'll reduce the font and then show you how things are actually done. All right. So you have to just install a package called Raza, pip install Raza, whoever is familiar with Python. I'll just create a directory. Okay. It gives a very ready command called Raza in it, and it builds a chatbot with some standard intents and entities. Why I'm showing this? So that anybody who is interested can just download the package or install the package and get started with a very basic, simple chatbot. And as you can see, and everything is free. Free to download and free to use. And the whole source code is available. So this is how I've installed. It looks a little geeky. By the way, you can build a Slack front end for it. You can build a Facebook Messenger front end for it. So both things are available. If you all can see what I'm typing, I'll just say hello. It says, hey, how are you? I'll say great. Carry on. I'm a little surprised. I'll just say, are you a bot? Oh, it says, yeah, this is a bot. And I'm probably done with it. Say bye. And that's it. This is a very simplistic, academic, kind of toyish chatbot that we have built within just a minute or so. Of course, you can enhance this intent and entities to build a very professional one. I'm done with the talk. I'm open for the questions now.
Sir, Dr. Pradeep here.
Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yeah. Please.
Sir, actually, I have worked with RASA also. That is,
Okay.
in fact, I'm doing something on medical related, health analytics related. Now, I
Okay.
wanted to ask one question, like chatbot is fine. Now, if you're going to go with a voice bot,
Okay.
voice bot, now RASA has a feature. Now, if you're going to do, what would be the accent, everything will change accordingly when we are doing the intent classifier according to the NLU understanding.
Correct.
So how would you merge it? I think RASA has that feature. Now, what I'm saying is, like, if you want to integrate like that, what would be the suggestions on it?
Okay. Actually, I've not used the speech to text kind of part. I've used from text onwards, but I'm sure there'll be models based on accent, and you can see quite a few
No,
personas.
because one thing in the NLU part, if you see, basically one simple thing application I'll tell you is medical transcription.
Okay.
So at midnight US, somebody sends it in a different accent. They have hiring people for that. So now in due course, when the chatbot advancement and other things are being done, I mean, humans will not be required to understand that. Automatically the voice bot or something will take charge of it and give you the diagnostic thing. Because some medical jargons are not, I mean, you give an antibiotic in one jargon, it's pronounced in US in another way.
Obviously.
So those sort of things, how do you handle if any sort of material references, anything like that, as far as RASA is concerned also?
Personally, I've not used speech to text, so I won't be a good person to talk.
So there is one more question, Dr. Yogesh.
Yeah.
One participant has written that, so how the chatbots actually works with the local languages?
Correct,
So what is the framework? What are the popular frameworks for that?
Every language will have a language model. So basically, this is an ML, right? Intent classification and entity extraction. Currently, it is shown in English. But if you have similar language models or other vectorization, embeddings, and other things for that specific language, you can easily plug it in the framework and get those, say, German entities and German intents, and you can build on top of it. So it typically depends on the vectorization of the embedding part and other language model aspects.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yogesh. I think it was an excellent lecture, which actually explored the fundamentals of natural language processing in terms of text, and also what are the tools in the backend, what are the logic in the backend, which by which the tools are developed, and also a very beautiful demonstration of a very lightweight language process, natural language processor, by which somebody can start experimenting and then can build up, right? And yeah, so we are very privileged to have you, Dr. Yogesh, and we thank you for your time, and we hope that that you will be connected with our S4DS fraternity, okay, with your works, and we also remain connected with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh, once again.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we will be shortly starting our panel discussion. The topic for today is data science to combat pandemic, which is extremely apt and contemporary at the current global scenario. The panel discussion will be moderated by Colonel Indrajit Barara, and we will have all our eloquent keynote speakers in the panel discussion. I welcome you all, and over to you, Colonel Barara.
So I think the next this session, so next session we will start with the panel discussion, right, Anindita?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So actually, we are waiting for Colonel Indrajit who will take care of the session and who will be the moderator for this panel discussion. As I have already mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we have our topic today for panel discussion, which is data science to combat pandemic. And this is extremely apt and contemporary at the current global scenario. So I would request Colonel Indrajit and all the keynote speakers, welcome Regiane. I welcome everyone else, all of the keynote speakers to please commence the panel discussion. Over to you, Colonel Indrajit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anita. And thanks everyone for joining in today and for the panel discussion. And since morning, we are actually having a very inquisitive discussions all across on the data science, the applications, and how the data is, being used for the better, living being. And also, what are the new technologies in place, while we are talking of, and we just had a discussion and the talk from Dr. Yogesh on the chatbots. So taking the cue further, we are going to be talking on, how the data science is going to combat pandemic and how it's combating the pandemic in the global scenario. And with me here today are Dr. Regina from Brazil, Dr. Sushmita from is there, Dr. Aloknath Dey, Dr. Yogesh Kulkarni, and myself, I'm Colonel Indrajit. And we will be trying to, discuss as to how data science is really working on for the in combating the pandemic, the global scenario which emerged in 2020, and how it's really helping us to understand what really happened. And as the businesses are growing and are getting more complex, and the organizations are also accelerating their digital journey to shore up the foundations of data analytics, what we have seen in the last couple of years. The COVID-19 has been a big stopper, but nevertheless, data science was a bigger enabler when lot of study was being done, and we were able to work with the data in all the terms of whether it's a vaccine, whether flattening the curve, whether getting the treatment, or analyzing where the COVID-19 is going to be. That's where data has been a major player, and data analytics has found itself a position to combat the disease and its consequences with data what we are seeing today. So as an opening remark, I will request all my panelists to come up with a view as to what are their thought process of how the data is being used to combat the coronavirus, COVID-19. I'll start with Regina to begin with.
Okay.
And Regina, good morning. Regina, good morning. It's really wonderful. You were up whole night to be with us for this, conference. It's really appreciated. And in fact, you were there right at 2 o'clock early morning, 1 o'clock early morning, and then right now I think it's around 6:30. We really appreciate your presence and your support to us for the ICDMI.
Good morning. Thank you again. Here in Brazil, we have a project called as Sirius. It's a huge accelerator lab, and they studied 2,000 kind of molecules. Using data analytics, they discovered that 2,000 could be helpful, medicines that could be helpful to COVID-19. And then what they did, they put artificial intelligence, they put data analytics, and they discovered that 5 of the 2000 could help 94% to solve the COVID-19. So we decided in the Ministry of Science and Technology to test nitazoxanide. It's a medicine that is used around the world for another thing. And we discovered, because of the data analytics, that this medicine could save lives if it could be applied in the second day when the person got sick. And we tried with almost 2,000 people, and we put many data about the people, age, color, where they live, what they used to eat. And we applied the big data and artificial intelligence, and we discovered that nitazoxanide could help to save life if they are using until the second day. After that, we are using the same algorithms to try the saliva. And we are trying to understand how the virus can change itself. And we discovered yesterday that in some place in Brazil that is hot than in the south, the virus changed, and the intelligent artificial could identification what kind of the change is happening inside the body of the people. So because of all of this, science and technology here in Brazil, now they have another feeling. People now understand how science is important, how computing science is important to save lives. And we are doing the same now with the vaccines. We are trying to do many tests, applying artificial intelligence again to understand how it will help here in Brazil in a different way from the other countries. So we are using a lot data analytics here.
Unmute kariye.
Thanks, Regina. It was really wonderful to hear as to how data analytics was being, used to design the medicine, and trying to work on how you really are trying to overcome in Brazil the COVID-19. I'll now move on to Dr. Aloknath for your views, please.
Okay, to me, I think I just presented on data in the context of IoT and many other verticals in business. So the importance of data science and data analytics is not for anything specific. It is for all fields in our life. It's becoming all pervasive to bring intelligence at every point of time. It is democratizing, flattening the curve in terms of dissemination of information and what's available. What is more important in the COVID-19 case is that it's a thrusted upon us a social experiment. We didn't ask for it, but we got it, right? And it has been having different impact in terms of business, all the work from home, work from anywhere, whatever, lots of different things, what people should be buying, where they are. Therefore, this social experiment, if you needed more data to say what will remain permanent, what is much more temporary. So first of all, I wanted to see that this data in this context is much more meaningful, but it is applicable for all situations, particularly in terms of unknowns. When in the beginning, the virus came, nobody knew how this will behave, right? oh, in the hotter countries, it will die down automatically, or in these countries, it will not happen. So I think we kept getting data more and more and more, and all these hypotheses with scientific experiments alongside, we could filter it out and say, oh, that's right and that's not. And this is the behavior of the virus, and this is the antigen or the antibodies that are happening. So that's a second part of it that helped us traverse through these unknowns in an auto-collected mode of data with the scientific experiments on the side. Then there are a lot of things that indirectly we could do from the data. For example, what are the hotspots? Where is it happening? People did a lot of Google search, like it has been found and experimented and correlated that wherever there were more cases, the Google search was also more. Because when people get it from whatever sources, they start searching more directly, indirectly, and then there is a correlation. So you didn't know how to find people, what are the hotspots, but you found a method, new method to find what's happening. And then obviously there are traditional benefit of predictive analytics and mortality rate and the data being authentic and not fake and comorbidity correlations. So I can go on long list, but those are benefits that you could get. Last year, it was more on the disease. This year, it will be more on the vaccine.
Thanks, Dr. Alok, because we'll develop on the flattening of the curve, and very rightly you brought out that how it is really working up for the thought process of curing the COVID-19. And I'll now move on to Dr. Yogesh for his views on the COVID-19 pandemic and the data analytics and the data science.
Thanks. Actually, I'll cite a very different example, and then a non-medical one, which is a little odd. So ICTs as a company, we are into what is called as contracts management. These big companies give work to a smaller companies, and that is done according to some contract, right? So that's a legal document everybody signs. There are hundreds of documents, contracts that get signed. Now, when pandemic happened, everybody was rushing through whatever we have signed in the contracts. Is there any force majeure clause? Those who are not aware of this legal language, force majeure clause is like act of God. Some natural calamity has happened. And then what are the penalties? Who bears the cost? Now, it is very important that whatever you have already legally signed to find that whether we have done anything in the force majeure clause. So that was one of the important exercises that a customer asked us to do. Go through all my 1 lakh contracts and find where the force majeure has been mentioned and what are the clauses. So that is done completely NLP way. You have clauses and you have to identify the most force majeure category and then explain what are the penalties or obligations. So that's a very different non-medical aspect of using NLP, machine learning in the pandemic situation. Another clause that was very important that many service organizations send their employees which are to be located at the client site. Now that is not possible because of remote work thing. Are there any clauses that make us geo bound? You have to be in the office because of security reasons. So automatically identifying these clauses, legal clauses, was very important, and that was the reaction to the pandemic that happened. So rather a different example, but that's what we had to do, and we were sort of very good at it, doing those things.
Yeah, that's interesting because these kind of clauses invoked and were being invoked, and lots of people were really trying to, all the companies are trying to look at the things differently, and that's how the COVID actually unfolded, because nobody knew how to really tackle with COVID, and data science has been at the forefront. And one view I will like to take from you as to how the data scientists and the AI engineers are helping the organization at large to overcome this COVID-19 situation, because all the data scientists were at the back foot, and they were more into the research part of it. But suddenly the COVID-19 situation brought in that they were at the forefront. While we were talking of the flattening of the curve, what Dr. Aloknath brought it, and and also the vaccine part of it that has brought in. So now, if you look at it, the data scientists have suddenly gained the momentum, and they are really playing up a major role in every organization to define the next level of how to go ahead with it. And whether it's a food and beverages company, whether it's an automobile company, whether it's a logistics company, everywhere now the demand for the data scientists have really gone up, right? And this is what I think the COVID-19 has brought in a major change, where it's brought, or I'll say it's telescoped the development of the AI, which we perceive to become some years ahead, to just now when we are already talking of it, to put it into place. So I would like to have your views one by one, so we can go on. I think from Regina to Dr. Alok to Dr. Yogesh. So Dr. Regina, I'll request you to take it on, please. Dr. Regina, you'd like to take on?
Yes.
Or,
now it's okay. Can you please repeat the last question?
Okay. Actually, I was trying to ask that data scientists are now the forefront of any organization, and how are the data scientists really helping the organizations to grow in due course of time, right? With the COVID-19 situation which has come in, and now we are looking all the knowledge from the data scientists to help all the organizations to grow.
Yeah.
What is the role which you perceive they are actually playing on?
Yeah, here in Brazil, data science became very important because of the COVID-19. We have many scientists that are doing some analytics about how our system will have trouble, and how many people in some areas are sick, and they are collecting data from the cellular smartphones. They are collecting data from social data. They are collecting data from every place. And what they are doing, they are creating hackathons and asking data scientists to help every company to discover some way to go out of this pandemic. So it's very, very, very important for us this moment, because everybody can understand the power of the data and the need to improve the knowledge in this area. We created many trainings for free to teach the people for them to learn how they use the data and how they can change the business in this moment. So I think after this time, we will have many people taking care of their private data, because they discovered that everything is for free. If you don't pay, the product is you. So people here in Brazil started to think what they are putting on social media. They are more concerning about their data. And on the other hand, we discovered that we need to teach more data scientists to all the students inside the university. So at Facens, for example, all the students that want to learn data science can access a platform online, and they can do the training for free, because there is an engineer university, and we need more people that can learn this as soon as possible to help us here.
That's right. I think that's what Dr. Regina, you brought in. The very important point of having more data scientists and the research, what they're doing, if they're doing it very effectively for giving the right results, I think that's very important. And also how, the data scientists are playing a major role. In every country, we are seeing this kind of data scientist requirements have really gone up. phenomenally very high. And I'll move on to Dr. Alok. Your views on this particular aspect, please. And you aware of it, how the data scientists are, because you from the consumer industry, you looking in, and how the data scientists have become taken the forefront when it comes to the newer technologies getting in.
Sure. So I think in these situations, three things became very, very important. First was more about people's lives. So obviously it has to be safe, secure, healthy. So that's one dimension every organization had to take it. The second thing is, I'm not talking about that month of March, April timeframe, but beyond that, once we settle down from July onwards a bit, on the business continuity growth, what can you do to make sure that we progress towards business? And third is, in this process, whole confidentiality of information, safety, security, personal information, business information, tracing, all these have become another dimensions. So I think if I take some examples, I mean, one of the things that people learned in a very systematic way, like, typically we do by our guts or intuitive way or subjective way, but now everything becomes objective because you cannot handle so much of information in a subjective fashion. For example, this supply chain management in a company like ours or many organizations, even people didn't know. They have a list. There is a purchase department who knows where from they are buying, but there is no sense at the top level. What is my vulnerability or risks associated with? Who are the vendors? Where are they coming from? And if something like this happens, how much am I affected? Am I affected? What is my alternatives to do that? I think this itself is a big learning for all companies to get to know their risks, liabilities. Yogesh gave very nice example of finding automatic things on a given contract. But I'm saying the other part of the story that's very, very vital because you are running a business, but also where are your vulnerabilities, risks, and alternatives? So that's, I think, everybody, I think many business, when you have the data and you are able to analyze nicely and get insights, you know your next steps. You don't want to face the similar situations in the next scenario. The other thing you said, consumer goods, we found something interesting, what people are buying, because you have the data. So now it's not that people are not buying things. We saw even a lot of trimmers, sales had gone up. When people could not get the maid support or domestic help, people bought all these vacuum cleaners, right? The vacuum cleaners sales went up. You know exactly how much people are watching, content and Netflix and other things. So you could see from these, and actually it may look like just mere data, but it also starts to tell under different constraints about the society in a big way, how human mind works. It's not trivial. It is not just that transaction and that thing. It tells that if you are cornered, what exactly would you do? These experiments don't happen every day, but when it happened, how nature will behave. We thought we are at the center of it, but we saw how environment nicely, brought itself up in a very significant way. So that's something we saw on the consumer goods sales data. And when it even, these online sales happened this time, 99% of the PIN codes of India ordered online. Okay, between that billion sales that happen in India, 99% serviceable PIN codes, maybe more, it's some 0.99 or 0.93, whatever, they did that. So this tells about pattern. And also I think one important thing that I felt is since India, last 5-7 years, we are doing a lot of digitalizations. If it was not there, it would have been catastrophic for us. It has helped us, and it showed up in our work from home and data management and payment systems in various ways. Just the last example from office, even, traceability, I was talking about it because it's not about security, it's not about threat perceptions, but trace back, right? Even if somebody has come to the office, we have been working, like 500 people are working in the office premise for last 4 or 5 months. We are all working, some of us out of 3,000. But even if one incident happens, we need to start taking protection. So this traceability and who went with whom lunch, if something happens, then should you not take care, take a few days break, or check yourself, gargle, whatever is the advices. You could take that. But this tracing, this traceability of it, we don't have blockchain yet implemented in many systems, but actually technology like that could help significantly. So just 3 examples, one on supply chain, one on consumer goods purchase, and one on employee welfare. I just wanted to bring it.
Yeah, wonderful, Dr. Alok. I think that's where the things are going to change. And this has brought in the total change in the purchase behavior, what we have, the online behavior, what we have, the consumption pattern, which has changed. And it's a new normal, what we are going to see. And, and the big data analytics and the data science is actually going to play a major role in due course of time across industry. So here I will move on to Dr. Yogesh for his views, because you are into the chatbots, and chatbots was one area which has taken up quite a bit because of BPOs not working during the COVID-19, and most of the companies want to because there was a total disconnect between the companies and the customers, and that's where the chatbots really started playing up a major role. I think your views on that, Dr. Yogesh.
Okay, so I'll touch upon the NLP part, but along with the medical aspect. Last time I did speak about the medical. Now this is medical plus NLP. So there's a big effort going on by data scientists, which are called as Google developer experts from all over the world. And what they're doing, as you know, during COVID, a lot of publications emerged. I mean, a lot of people started writing research reports, started putting their findings, this happened, that happened, and lots of research paper came on board. Now, it is humanly impossible to go through them all if you're a researcher, medical researcher. So what these people do, they try to create a data set. Now, data set is extremely important for any ML or DL related further processes, right? Availability of data is key. Data is the new oil now. So these people scanned over, I would say, globe, and collected using NLP-related techniques like BERT and language models, papers related to COVID. That's what they tried to collect. And they made this data set free to use, open to all machine readable. Once you have that, along with, say, a BioBERT-like model, a BioBERT-like model will actually identify, say, medical entities, side effects, drugs, their names. With this combination, now you will be able to find out, say, if I want to know which research papers talked about this particular side effect from this particular coronavirus. Now it is queryable now. With this, I don't have to scan through, personally read millions of documents, but just a few hundred. This makes my research very easy, very effective, and then timely. So this is a voluntary effort, and I'll put a link in the chat window that we have, and you can go further. So this is how data scientists are helping the research community, which in turn will help us to find better solutions.
Great, thank you. I think that will be really good. And no discussion is complete without the privacy and the data security while we talk about the data science. So what are your views? So anybody can take it on, and we can have a discussion on that. So your views on the data security part of it, or the data privacy when it comes to the data science.
Probably I can take it up. This contract tracing part that you just mentioned, now this is a very sensitive issue. You want to find out where this person went, with whom he went, and now this opens up Pandora's box now. Are you allowing yourself to be exposed so much that the system now, somebody else knows what has happened. Now, there has to be a very fine balance, which probably the government app, Arogya Setu, might have looked at it, that enough information is supplied so as to carry out the action of contact tracing, but not too much personal details have been revealed. So that fine balance is always a key in case of data security here.
Okay, first the lighter
Yeah, because
part.
data security.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Yes, please.
No,
No, please, please.
I was just saying the lighter part. There is a WhatsApp joke that's going around with a postcard which says we did not bother about security or privacy then. Maybe people are more reliant on the postmaster and they were much more kind of reliable people than all the media that we have. That's the kind of inkling in that. But having said that, I think the whole privacy definition has changed, altered significantly what we used to consider as private information then versus now, when 10 years back, 20 years back versus now. I think things have changed because a lot of information is voluntarily through social media or because of certain needs we are putting into the system. So some of the definitions of privacy, whether we like it or not, but will go up a level. Now, that's one part of the story. The second, it is still important, having said that, because there are specific things and statistically what's available. This is where the PII or the GDPR and many countries are defining their stuff. We are having our own data policy. So that would emerge. Just to say that don't pinpoint. I think data is valuable. We are on one hand, we are saying we need data science. So that means we are liking the benefit of the data, right? That's why you want more people to study and be experts and do things. And at the same time, we don't want our data to be misused. So what is that right balance is the primary question. And if we can make it a structured information that these are deeply private, these are private, and these are private in a family or whatever it is, you can have a hub that I was giving example during it's a private, semi-private cloud. It's open to few people that and then you have one more that goes where statistically you can use the data, but don't use the pinpointed ones. So I think that's the direction, and security is always important. So there is no question about data security. Privacy is a little debatable topic. Where do you break? And traceability, which is I mentioned about blockchain, that if we can know how it has traversed, then it brings two things. One is, if somebody was not meant to be violating, has he violated? And what is the source of it? Is it fake? Is it authentic? That's also very, very important because in these days, all vaccines, all kinds of guidance, you have no clue as to, do I trust on this medical recommendation that is coming versus something else? So the sources of data linking to a government or in hospitals would be very, very vital. So I think these are my three views on the three specific parts.
We have here in
Very
Brazil.
right. Yeah, Dr. Regina, please. Yeah, Dr. Regina, please. Yes.
We have here in Brazil a special healthcare systems. It's the huge systems, the public systems health around the world. And all the data are were separated. For example, in my city, the data were inside the city, the other city, and now they are putting all together, integrating your code, ID code. And for example, last week, I received a message from the government asking me to check my data. And then I said, well, what do they know about me? I don't use the public systems. I have my own systems, particular systems. And yesterday, when I saw, I couldn't believe that because everything that I did in last 10 years, it was in this public systems. And I said, wow, I didn't use that. And they knew what kind of medicine I took, what kind of check I did, what kind of cirurgian I made, and everything was inside the same lake, data lake. And what is happening now? They are buying the vaccines and they are going to send the vaccines to the cities. And because of this, they want you to say, I'm here, I'm alive, and I want the vaccine. So you are putting another data inside the same big data, and they will understand everything about you. Some people thought that, wow, it is wonderful, how nice, they have everything inside the same place. But on the other hand, many people hated that. How you get my data? I didn't give you the access to my data. And the problem was that it was inside an app in the smartphone. So they were tracking and tracing people here in São Paulo. They know the zone that you were living and the way that you changed during the day. No, my God, it was like a war here. They asked it to turn off the systems because they don't want to be traced, they don't want to be tracking. And then the people that were against the solution, they started to fight in the social media, and it was crazy. And I loved that, because people here in Brazil love social media. If they arrive at the restaurant, they take pictures, they do self, they say to everybody. If they are going to take a coffee, they take pictures, they send. And now everybody understood what is happening behind that. What is happening with your pictures, what is happening with your videos, what is happening with your life on the data way. And I'm a professor of systems information. And I always say to my students, take care about what you are collecting data for your customers. What are you doing with the data? Who is looking and copying and manipulating the data? And they said, oh, professor, you are crazy. Nobody knows everything. Don't you worry, never will happen that. And now they are seeing that is everything in one click. So all of this, it was wonderful for the world, because digital transformation become true. They understand everything now. What I was telling 20 years ago, now they can understand me, because I saw all the time. I said to them, for example, the retail area, you need to have more than one channel. You need to integrate all the channel. You need to be at the web. You need to be in the mobile. You need to be all the commerce that are here. And they said, no, I'm very small to do this. No, I have no money. It's too expensive. No, this is for the big companies. This is not for me. And when the COVID-19 arrived here in Brazil, everybody started to do a digital transformation. Everybody wants to have a website. Everybody wants to be on the social media. Everybody needs to know how much pieces of water they have inside their store. So they understand that the systems are very important for their survive. And now I think after all of this, people will rethink about innovation, about systems, about privacy, about everything in all the market. So I think it was good.
Yeah, that's right. And to tell you, what Google had done was, while we are talking of contact tracing, they pushed in an update where contact tracing was being pushed in everybody's phone, without even you giving them permission. So that was a total intrusion of your privacy, which happened. And if I give you a figure while we are talking, of the privacy, if somebody gave you that you have flown 39,000 last year, you have traveled by car 11,000 kilometers last year, you have walked or run around 700 kilometers a year, how would that sound, right? And this is what is an update. I just got an update last week on the Google of my Google Tracks, the Google Map, which is there. So it's tracking you everywhere, what you're actually doing. So this is the kind of privacy which we have, despite I saying, I don't want to give my data away, but definitely all these apps, whether it's Facebook or Google, they try to take the data. And of course, unfortunately, I'll not say unfortunately, what Facebook is practically doing, it's even trying to take your data when you're not even online. So, and it tries to sniff in your clicks, your applications, your transactions, everything which is possible. So the data has become a big problem. At the same time, the data privacy, the data security has also become a major issue. Just to give a final round, I will just like to have your views on what is going to be the next step, what's the takeaway which you think that is going to be there for the data science in times to come from your side. So that we'll have one quick fire round from you all three of you. So anybody who can take it on, and then we'll close the session. So we are right in time, I think another 1 or 2 minutes. So we'll close that after that. So what's your take on the data science as the future ahead? That's my question to you, all of you.
I would say more and more IoT sensors, digitization, everything is going to get pushed automatically. Now you need not do any compulsion of digital transformation now. It is going to be natural, irrespective of your choice now. So everything will be digitized, less of paper, even education will be digitized, healthcare will be digitized without our choice now, and we have to live with it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think the way I see, as Yogesh said that, it's sensors and devices, the way the RF wave is going and we don't see it, same way the data will flow, and, whether you call water or oil or gold, different people says different things. It's very well integrated into system. This is the way we will make decisions. That's given. Question is, in this overall thing, still we are struggling and we want to figure it out, what is still private versus what is usable. I think that definitions would alter and get refined, and the people that are introducing fake and other things would have to be kind of shoven off from the systems. But it is very, very vital for future decision making of any business or any individuals.
I think we need to think about ethical data now, because people are discovering the power of the data, but we that are scientists, we know about it a long time ago. So we needed to do something globally about the ethical in AI. I'm very worried about this, because now we saw the power of the data, and at the same time we are in a very, very, very hard time, because if the data goes to the bad hands, we are going to destroy everything. So I'm very worried about that.
Right. So great. I think very pertinent points, very interesting points, which have come up in the discussion in last 45 minutes. Though this is a very topic which we can go on, and lots of inputs, and the kind of knowledge what you all have, it's really very phenomenal. I thank each one of you to have stayed back, for the panel discussion, to give your views. And thanks, Dr. Alok, for being with us, Dr. Yogesh, and and Dr. Regina. Before I wind up, I will request Dr. Regina, as our chapter chair for Brazil, and take the S4DS together. I think we should give her a big hand for, if you're accepting this, it's really wonderful for us.
So Regina, we the steering committee of S4DS have proposed you to become the chapter chair of S4DS in Brazil, and we request you to take the responsibility. All of S4DS steering committee member has unanimous request to you on this.
It will be a pleasure to help.
Yes, that will be really great to take the torch of S4DS to Brazil, and we expand our fold in Brazil with the Data Science Society. And our complete team from ICDMI and S4DS is very much honored to give you chapter chair. Claps to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I hand you back to the session chairs for the next session.
So we would be going forward with the tracks. So may I request all the track leads and the respective speakers to take the breakout rooms for their respective tracks. Welcome to the tracks.
So dear participants, please join respective tracks in breakout room option on your PC. If you are facing any difficulty, do let me know. If you are not, that breakout option is not visible, please do let me know. The breakout option on your Zoom menu, or it is in more of Zoom. Respective S4DS session chairs, please join your sessions. Atul, please join your session. If still there are 27 participants here. If you are facing any difficulty, do let me know. Dear participants, please join.
হ্যাঁ, পার্টিকুলার সেশনে কি করে জয়েন করতে হবে? পার্টিকুলার সেশনে নিশ্চয়ই তো প্যারালালি তো ট্র্যাক গুলো চলবে, তো পার্টিকুলার সেশনে কি করে জয়েন করব?
Speak in English.
আমি জয়েন করে গেছি ওই ssakc@kalyanuniversity.in এ।
Can you speak in English?
হ্যাঁ বল হ্যাঁ
Participants, please join the breakout room.
Sheila Rani, you can go to your track. Srinath, request you to go to your track. Kranti.
Goji sir, are you there?
Yes,
Ishita.
I'm there.
Yeah, so I think Shomo is facing a problem in joining his track. So he's in track 1 session chair.
What is his? That is what I asked. Now, what is his?
Yeah, one.
What is his name?
Somoshen.
Details showing as ssakc@caliuni.ac.in.
Oh, okay.
You are going to which track?
Track 1.
I'm sending him track 1.
Yes, please send.
Shopti said you are recording track 4.
Yes, I know. I'll come. Let me see
Now
that.
you got an invitation to join track 1.
Bindu, you are still here.
Shomo, did you get that?
Yes, ma'am. I have an account that is like in track 4. I am using 2 accounts actually because my mic is not working. Because
So
my
please
camera is
come
not
out of one account. Na?
Okay.
Don't keep 2 accounts.
Sir, actually, like my computer is not working properly today. I don't know why, but just for the photo session, I'm there.
Okay.
Then I'll move out.
Okay,
So you are not in any track.
Yes,
Madhav,
I am, but I'll go and join all tracks and see.
Aritra is not joined.
Yeah, he'll go. Aritra is, I think, in track 5.
Ishita, please join your track, beta.
I don't know. Again, people are calling.
Kranti.
Yes, Utkarsh.
Vikas, paper number 71. Okay ना सर कितने 18 बचे हैं अभी मोइनुद्दीन Professor Moinuddin, you are in which track?
Hello, sir. Amal Gose, sir. Can you hear me? Sir, I need to be the co-host because I can't record the session. Hello, sir.
Gose, sir?
Yes.
Sir, please make me
need some help.
Please make me the co-host because I can't record the session.
Yes, please. Still, there are 15 participants here.
Dr. Seema, please go to your track or any track of your choice, please. Here, nothing is going to happen. You will be wasting your time. Request you to go to some track and listen to the paper, give your inputs.
Hello, ma'am.
Harshada.
Am I audible? Yes, ma'am. I'm not able to see any breakout room on my screen.
Who is talking?
I'm Harshada, paper ID 70, track 2.
Paper, how you registered? Harshada.
Yes.
Now you can go to track 2.
Gose, sir, can you please make me the co-host because I can record the session? This is Shantini.
Yes, done.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Pranjali, Ishita.
Aritra, what happened? Aritra is there.
I'm sorry, I'm still not getting the break room option.
Which is your track?
Pranjali, what is your track?
Just a minute.
Ishita, what is your track? Can you hear me, Ishita?
Hello, my track is 2.
Who is talking? Pranjali?
Pranjali,
Yes.
Pranjali.
Okay, thank you.
Kranti. Bishwadeep is there?
Yeah, I can see. Bishwadeep, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am. I am not able to find the. Now I can see the breakout. Okay, okay, okay. So I think track 5, right? I'll go.
Yes, yes, you are in track 5.
Okay, yeah. Now I get.
Chalo, see you there. Sheila Rani.
This morning she is facing problem. She is not talking also.
Maybe she was in track 3, and then I don't know. You can go to. I know you are. You have to present in track 3, but you can go to any other track because today track 3 is not there. Sheila Rani, if you can hear me, you can go to any of your track of your choice. Nivedita, Professor Rajesh, please go. See, we request, nothing is going to, you will be wasting your time. Nothing is going to happen here. You have to go to some of the other track.
Arithra, still you are in main room.
मल्टीपल डिवाइसेस से एंटर किए हैं सर, इसलिए शायद इनको दिक्कत हो रही है बच्चे ना.
Sheila, you can go to another track. I requested you.
शीला पता नहीं वो सुन भी रही है कि नहीं. John, you are for which track? John?
Ma'am, I'm in track 1, but I'm going to present it tomorrow.
Oh, but here
matter,
nothing
you
is going
can
to
join
happen.
some track.
To join some track, listen to them so that you get an idea how to do the time management. Nothing is going to happen here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're from which country?
I'm from East Africa, Tanzania.
Very nice.
Oh, great.
Okay.
You are
Please
getting
go and join some track.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Are you seeing the breakout rooms? निवेदिता,
एक में रोल कॉल टाइप लग रहा है मुझे ये.
ठीक है.
निवेदिता, can you hear us?
क्रांति,
इसमें हमने बैलेंस शीट कौन
सर मैं ट्रैक में जाऊं क्या अभी? इतने लोगों को क्या ये तो कुछ बोले. प्रोफेसर राजेश, कैन यू हियर अस? पेपर नंबर 172. प्रोफेसर राजेश. Professor Rajesh.
what instruction you want to give? I can just broadcast.
Instruction? No instruction. You are asking me, sir? No instruction. The instructions have been given.
For tomorrow, because after this session, nothing.
Tomorrow, let me have a look at program schedule. 1 second. Tomorrow, Aninda Bose sessions 9:40. तो कल 9:30 ज्वाइनिंग बोलना पड़ेगा सर सभी को.
9 o'clock है ना अपना.
हाँ 9 o'clock रजिस्ट्रेशन. 9 o'clock tomorrow 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock अच्छा रहता है क्योंकि इंटरेक्शन जो शुरू का रहता है वो बहुत अच्छा होता है. Nine o'clock tomorrow.
एक मैसेज तो चला गया.
दिख गया।
अभी और कौन सा है?
इतना ही तो है और क्या।
John has come back again.
So I'm trying to get another track where I can join them listen. I'm just having the password and the ID number of this one. How do I get a meeting ID?
You can join any track by pressing join button in front of track number.
In front of track number?
Yes.
Which track number, sir?
There are 5 tracks. So
Yeah.
you can scroll down in that list.
Okay.
In that breakout room list, you can scroll down, you will see the track numbers.
Okay, thank you, sir.
अच्छा, चैट बॉक्स में कुछ तो आया है, आई एम अनेबल बैश। अच्छा,
वो तो कर दिया ना।
माधव ने बोला है कि ब्रेकआउट रूम नहीं दिख रहा है। हर्षदा का हो गया, आपका माधव है क्या अभी?
नहीं, उसका भी हो गया।
हो गया ना, रिजॉल्व हो गया।
ये रॉबर्ट।
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so who is this? What is your paper ID?
Number 5.
Paper ID number 5?
Yes.
No, there is no paper ID with this
134.
number.
134, ma'am.
And what is this name? Whose name is this?
This is my name.
Yale Robert is your name?
Yes, it's my name.
Oh. So you just go to which track you are in? What is your track for paper presentation?
1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute.
Okay, yeah.
Do you have paper presentation today?
She is looking at the sheet which we have mailed her.
Ma'am, track number 2.
Go and join then. Because
Yes,
here
please.
nothing is going to get discussed, So
You can join any track if you don't have any presentation today.
Yes, sir. Where do I find the track, sir?
Do you have that board breakout rooms option in the down?
No, sir. There is no option over here.
Press on more button if it is there inside more button.
More.
Which track you want to go?
Second track, sir.
Now I requested you. You got the invitation? Do you got the invitation?
She went, sir. अभी ये इतने लोग बचे हैं, कुछ बोल भी नहीं रहे हैं।
6 लोग हैं, 6 लोग।
मैं एक बार राउंड मार कर आ रही हूँ ट्रैक में।
ठीक।
आपको याद है कि लास्ट ईयर दौड़ भाग करके थक गए थे? इस बार क्लिक कर करके थक गए आप।
अरे बहुत, अभी तो मैं तो 7:30 बजे से बैठा हूँ ना।
मेरी और 8 बजे और एक मीटिंग है। 8 से पक्का वो लंबा चलने वाली है। वीकेंड को रखा है इन लोगों ने। I think it's going to be very long.
Ishita, are you there? Kranti, Ishita. Mr. Rajesh, are you there? Rajesh. Savan, do you want help? Rajesh? Madam, you can join one of the session going on. There are parallel sessions going on. Check breakout rooms option and join. Sukumar, you want any help? Nothing is going to happen here.